Welcome in if you happen to be watching online on the Sydney Dragway YouTube channel. We are going live with the Aeroflow Nitro Hot Rods out on track right now. Day of the Drags 2022, and what a killer day it has been so far. The weather is playing the game finally, Mr. Stephen Bush, and we are going racing with some Nitro.
Yes, it's one of these things you cannot replace: the sound, the sight, the smell.
You've got
the atmosphere.
You've got to smell Nitro at least once in your life. If you haven't done it and you're here today, well, first of all, you're in luck. You're going to smell some Nitro. But second of all, you're going to see it with two of the wildest cars that you will ever see on the quarter mile. And they are the Nitro Hot Rods of Graham and Wendy Cowan, of course, the Aeroflow team. Maurice McMillan driving Psycho in one of the most popular cars ever to grace a drag strip in Australian history, I would say. This car just holds such a special place in so many people's hearts. And Brandon Goswell driving Agro, which certainly lives up to its name.
Yes, well, I mean, the Psycho certainly does as well. And I saw on Facebook that Psycho recently was published on a website for T-buckets and altereds and bits and pieces from the other side of the world. So obviously, images of that car have been beamed around social media, not specifically for today, but just because it's a cool car, and those people that have a really soft spot for altereds and certainly nitro burning cars.
100%.
Fantastic to see.
100%. It's going to be a cracking afternoon of racing, that is for sure, and we cannot wait to get into it. So the cars are in the fire-up box down there right now. You can see Psycho, who will be lining up in the Aeroflow lane, Agro lining up in the Rocket Industries lane. Both of these cars, I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure about Agro, but I know Psycho has certainly dipped into the 5-second zone at well and truly big speeds. We're talking well in excess of 220 miles per hour with these cars, which is absolutely incredible. When you look at the wheelbase and you look at the aerodynamics of them and you look at everything else, you basically say, let's take the biggest horsepower we can find and put it into the most unsuitable car we can possibly think of and try and make it go as fast as we can. And that's what a fuel altered is. It's got next to no aerodynamics. It's got next to no stability. They're short wheelbase. They all sit fairly high. And they're all pumping out somewhere around 3,500, 4,000 horsepower, somewhere around there. So let's have some fun, eh?
Yeah, so I think as you say, Rusty, the engineering behind it goes against all the principles that most car designers aim for when they look at putting, say, a supercar together or something like that. But of course, those cars don't have the brute horsepower that these cars do, or perhaps the crazy drivers that get behind the steering wheel.
100%.
Okay, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear that distinctive crackle in the pipes. One of those cars sounding a little bit different to what I expected, I will say. I'll put it that way. Agro moving into the burnout box. Big RPM on board there for Maurice McMillan. Maurice, of course, in the Psycho. The T-bucket altered. Agro is a bantam-bodied, an Austin bantam-bodied machine. As Rusty hinted earlier today, he's one of the first public appearances of this machine.
Yeah, it's actually only done one public event, and that was the World Fuel Alter Challenge, which was back in 2019 before the world ended. And let's say it was in the hands of Paul Massigno back then, did a pretty good job, went out, ran some pretty decent numbers. But you're taking on literally an icon of the sport in the other lane with Maurice McMillan driving it. And I know when you talk to Maurice about driving this car, he says it's the only car. It wouldn't say it intimidates him, but he certainly keeps him honest. He knows that this car means so much to so many people, and you don't want to go out there and stuff it up, that's for sure.
A little bit more pressure.
Absolutely. Both cars in pre-stage now, set for a start. How good do they sound on the high side? Both cars going towards the centre line at the other end of the racetrack, but a 591 at 200 miles an hour. Neat for Brendan Gosbell. Gets the win. 595 at 244 for Morris McMillan in Psycho. I'm not sure what happened there. Morris went to sleep on the start line.
Got absolutely smashed on the start line by Gosbell. Gosbell's car a little bit quicker to the 60, went sub 1 second to the 60-foot timers there, where McMillan's car had a lot more clutch dust out of it and a little bit slower to the 60-foot. But great to see both cars into the fives.
I'm not sure why Brandon shut the car off early. I don't know when. Maybe it was because it was getting towards the centre line a little bit too much at the other end of the racetrack. But there was probably another couple of hundredths left in it if he wanted to stay in it. But a 591 early shut off gets the win. 595. So look. Side-by-side 5-second fuel altered. I'm not going to complain. I don't know about you.
Doesn't matter how you do it, Rusty. It's still a 5-second pass. I mean, as you say, Gospel's lost probably 40 mile an hour there from the early shut-off, but still manages a 591 with a 3. And the cars certainly got down the racetrack there in pretty awesome fashion, and I hope all the crowd up on the hill have enjoyed that show. Of course, they'll be back a little bit later on this afternoon.
2 o'clock and 4 o'clock they'll be back, so that is the plan. And it's funny, you look at an altered, and as they're going down the racetrack, you can actually see the driver trying to physically get the car back across. And you could actually see Brandon really working the wheel, trying to get it back into the centre of the lane. But you're not so much a driver in a fuel altered as you are just a passenger. The car is going to go where it goes. You only have a very, very little bit of input.
You have the decision whether you want to stay on the pedal or not.
That's exactly right.
That's pretty much it.
You decide if it goes or not. The car decides where it goes. So if you're just joining us on YouTube, we are live. We hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you may be watching from. And next up, we go from one stunning pair of vehicles to another stunning pair of vehicles. Next up, it is Sam Moreau in this gorgeous coupe.
Whoa,
no. It is a gorgeous coupe. Sam Moreau, car formerly campaigned by his dad, got very, very loose in the burnout there. And unfortunately, I think it might have just tagged the wall at the end of the burnout. Started sliding, and that's the problem. When you do the burnout, the slicks are nice and hot, and they really start to move around. And unfortunately, I think it might have just tagged the rear wing, maybe the rear quarter or the rear guard. Hopefully, there's not too much damage. It wasn't moving at a high rate of knots when it did it, but nonetheless, you hate to see a pretty car like that get bent up.
Well, I mean, we hate to see any cars damaged here at Sydney Dragway, because there is always a cost involved, and also the risk element for the driver as well, you know.
And this car is such a special car as well. You know, it was campaigned by his late dad, Dennis, as well, and he's put so much time and effort and so much love into the car. And I've already said it so many times this morning, because Dennis is a mate to a lot of people around the place, and you know, to see that sort of happen, you don't ever want to see it happen, but especially in that kind of circumstance, Steve.
Yeah, no, certainly a shame. We'll see that hopefully Sam can get the car repaired with little fuss, and we'll see him back here at Sydney Dragway. Sounded very, very healthy in that burnout.
Oh, it did, didn't it?
Yeah.
It certainly did, that's for sure. And it had a good run earlier on today. Went 792, 173 miles an hour.
Yep. Side by side against Scorcher George, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe it was 792 to a 793. Look at you go, Mr. Memory.
Yeah, it doesn't always work there, Rusty. That's the problem. It's hit and miss on some things.
Well, look, hopefully whatever it's done down there, because it did kind of side slap the wall. It wasn't a full side slap, but I hope it hasn't done some damage in the rear end of that car and moved things across, because
I was going to say, it looked like it was right on the wheel is the bit that sort of tank slapped. I mean, as I said, the motor's sounding very healthy in the burnout. You know, almost like a Pro Stock-esque exhaust note coming out of it. Big RPM, big smoke, and unfortunately just right at the end of the burnout, they're just getting away from Sam. And, you know, sometimes getting off the throttle at the wrong time can be tricky too.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly right.
The instinctive thing is to get off the throttle, but if you're pointing in the wrong direction, when those wheels stops, the tyres stop spinning, whatever direction you're pointing in.
That's the challenging thing about drag racing. It looks really, really easy when you're just sitting up there in the grandstand and watching, and you think, it's just going in a straight line. How hard could it be?
Yep.
Well, the answer is when you introduce big amounts of horsepower, big tyres, and really cars that have a mind of their own, it's not as easy as you think. So hopefully everything is A-OK. We did see Sam out of the car, and he's obviously A-OK, and hopefully the car will still move under its own under its own power, or not under its own power, but at least push it around. So that's a good sign. The fact that it's rolling, Bushy, is a good sign. And they'll push it back off the racetrack. And I guess the good thing, if there is a good thing to come out of all this, is that there's not going to be too much of a clean-up. It's just going to be a matter of getting the car off the racetrack, and once we do that, we'll be able to keep pushing on with the racing here, which we had Sal Sabato in the other lane ready to make his run. He's obviously shut it off and moved it back, and he had his own moment earlier on this morning.
He did. For him, it was at the other end of the racetrack, though, so...
he had a definite get-your-attention kind of moment. Know you're alive when you're going through the traps at 140-odd miles an hour, 150 miles an hour, and the car decides to take a little jump to the left, get the chutes out, does everything right, keep it shiny side up, that's the main thing. Looking from here, it doesn't look like there's a huge amount of damage for Sam Rowe. In fact, there you go, the car's pushing back on its own, under its own power. Put your hands together, Sydney Dragway, that's what you like to see. Obviously, it's less than ideal when you have an incident like that, but fortunately, it looks like the damage is going to be fairly minimal. So, yeah, if you are watching online, I hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're watching from. We thought we'd come to you live for the Fuel Altereds, the Nitro Hot Rods presented by Aeroflow, and I hope you enjoyed that. They'll be coming out another 2 times throughout the afternoon. And it's not too long and we'll be jumping into the racing portion of the day. So Day of the Drags, it is a nostalgia-themed event. I don't say hard and fast it's a nostalgia event, but it is a nostalgia-themed event. So what we tend to do is things a little bit differently to the way we do it. It's not really structured qualifying. It is just basically open qualifying. We open the lanes at 9 o'clock and then we close them a little bit later in the day. Now I'm looking at that.
It's not even a mark.
Did it actually get the wall? Because I'm looking at the side of the car, and there is not a mark on the side of the car. So it looks like it might have just caught the corner of the wing, and it looks like it might have just peaked the deck lid on it a little bit, but I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility that we'll see the car back again this afternoon.
Pretty good to me, Rossi, from here.
Well, that's the good news.
Unless it was the wheelie bar maybe that got the...
Look, if it didn't get the wall, they'll be glad that they didn't put another coat of clear on it, because I reckon if there was another coat of paint, they probably would have got the wall.
I would have swore blind from here he hit the wall.
Yeah. Well, that's good news. That is good news.
Maybe I'm just going blind.
Well, it's you, me, and Benny, and Matty, our meeting director, because all of us have said that he did get it. So, anyway, Day of the Drags 2022. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. I know there hasn't been a huge amount of runs on there yet, but there will be. We'll get to it. We've got a big lineup of cars here this afternoon, and you talk about a cross section of cars. We got everything and anything here this afternoon. Sal Sabato rolling up to the line in the big block Chev-powered Tirana. He's going to be taking on the Camaro down here of... It's Brian Thomas, I think it was.
Yep.
Brian Thomas with the supercharged power plant in this car. Very neat looking little car, this one. In fact, no, it's going to be a solo pass. So solo pass for Sal Sabato. Then we'll have a couple of Camaros up next.
Doesn't sound like it's blown, does it?
It's a very... I was going to say it must be going through some mufflers, but it's got zoomies on it. The zoomies coming out underneath the doors. Now, let's look at Sal Sabato in the Tirana. The car, again, on a pretty stout pass here, moving around a little bit at the finish line. Nowhere near as much as his first run, though. 822, 165 miles per hour. That's a solid pass. This Camaro doesn't sound blown until he gets on the throttle.
No.
And then once he gets on the throttle, it certainly sounds like it's supercharged. That's Brian Thomas in the Chevy Camaro, the Better Bar Steel Fixing sponsored car. Billy Osling, the 69 Chevy Camaro, 540 cubic inches of the General's finest underneath the bonnet. And both cars been running in the 8-second zone today. 872 for Billy Osling and 830 for Brian Thomas. Put your hands together for the boys from the Aeroflow Nitro Hot Rod Series as they come back along the return road. Brandon Goswell and Agro take first blood here this afternoon. But if there's one car and one team you don't want to upset, it is most certainly Psycho and Morris McMillan and the boss. So, yeah, I'd say they might be turning the wick up on that car as well. Nice launch from Brian Thomas. This is actually a really well set up car. It just gets up, gets going, straight down the centre. 825, no shoot this time, or very late on the shoot again, at an 871, 159 miles per hour for Billy Osling.
Next up, we've got Caleb Thomas in the one-tonner, taking on Tony Ruffalo. Who's the Ruffalo has the gold Holden?
Same family, I believe.
It's not Tony, is it?
So I don't think it is Tony, because they are from Emu Plains. Good part of the world. Great people must live there.
Yep.
And Caleb Thomas in the HJ one tonne.
Know a few.
Yeah. Beautiful conditions here for racing. The sun was shining. There's a little bit of cloud coming over now, but that's okay. As long as they keep the WET stuff away. I'm not even going to say the R word. The R word doesn't exist today. We've had enough of that over the last little while. So unfortunately for Tony Ruffalo, he's going to be pushed back off the start line, and it looks like so was the other one-tonner. So there's stuff coming out of both cars. That's unusual. All right, so it is Debbie Robb going to be up next. Great to see her back after her little incident with the end of the concrete wall. It's only about 3 weeks ago, I think. So they've done a good job to repair the car and get it back. It was fairly minimal panel damage, just the very, very front left corner of the car last time it came out. Just got the very corner of the concrete next to the Christmas tree, which I'm sure the Christmas tree is very happy that the concrete was there, but Debbie wasn't necessarily, because concrete didn't move, car did.
No.
Yeah, anyway.
Doesn't normally end too good.
It's a pretty well set up car, this one though. Big cubes, 528 cubic inch Ford under the hood. Did you have a little...
Mosquito.
It was a mosquito.
And I'm paranoid about mosquitoes because there was something else announced the other day of some...
Was there?
Yeah.
Another world-ending thing. I'm just waiting for the plague of locusts and the rivers of blood and all the rest of it, and then we can finally pull up stumps and say, yep, the world's done.
We're done.
Yep. End of days, all the rest of it, biblical proportions. Anyway, Debbie Robb in the XB Falcon Coupe. Apparently, we've already got some people watching from over in the United States. People watching from Texas. Maddie, who's watching, says, thanks for doing it, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate the kudos. Gets off the line quite nicely. 025 on the tree, 133 to the 60-foot time. Is a little bit lax compared to what we're used to seeing from the car, but a 919 to go along with the previous 919. There you go.
You're a bit harsh, Rusty.
No, I was, yeah.
It was a thousandth of a second slower.
I'm a hard taskmaster. Yep. Adam Bowers taking on Stuart Howell now.
You're not related to the judge, are you?
The Russian judge. The Russian judge. You've been suspended.
Adam Bowers away with an 0.59 reaction time. The HQ running as it should this time. Runs through for a 10.50 with a 0. And the HQ Ute runs through for an 11.60.
There you go. So for anybody who is watching online, we do have an unofficial wheel stand comp happening today. We're not giving out any prize money. There's no trophies. There's no nothing like that. But we have brought in some overseas judges, because let's be honest, when it comes to automotive gymnastics, we do need gymnastics judges. Now we've brought in a Polish judge and what was the other one? The Romanian judge. We've got a Polish and a Romanian judge. We don't have a Russian judge or a Belarusian judge. We have suspended them from the event, obviously with everything that's going on at the moment. So just so everybody's playing along at home. The Polish judge, a little bit harsh. Romanian judge is a little bit friendlier.
Yeah, we heard the Romanian applauding in the
He
background.
was very pumped up out in the back, wasn't he?
He was absolutely wrapped.
Absolutely. few people watching from the US. So we've already said that we've seen someone watching from Texas. We've got someone else watching from Solomon's Island in MD. What's MD? Which state's that?
No idea.
I don't know.
Geography's certainly not my strong point.
Mike's Model Shop watching from Texas as well. Well, there you go. You couldn't watch the Gator Nationals over in the NHRA. They got rained out, so you can tune in and watch.
Saw some images of that. It certainly got rained out. That's the word.
Absolutely.
More like flooded out.
100%. Neat little Camaro rolling up some line now. It's Dennis Matezic. 085 on the tree. This thing's been running really solid low 10-second runs all day long.
Out of the throttle early there, though.
There we go. MD is Maryland.
Aha.
There you go. I thought I knew most of them, but
that's okay. There's a lot there to know.
You got a lot more states than us.
Yeah.
You've got 50, 51, 52.
I think
50. See, this is how geography works in Australia.
I think
10:38.
I might be wrong.
Dennis Matezic went away a little bit that time around at only a 10:38, 105 miles per hour. And
seemed to get off the throttle about 1,000, I think.
Yeah, it just rolled out of it a little bit. And the one thing that we didn't comment on either was Noel Inman and the Ford Centador. Because if we've got a bunch of people watching from the US, they probably haven't seen one of those for a long, long time, let alone one that runs high 10, low 11-second runs.
Not bad for a 100-year-old car.
And picks the front wheels up. Can't wheel stand with a horse pulling it, that's for sure. Anyway, we're going to do a little bit of track prep. I think that does just about round out qualifying by all accounts. And I think we are going to be getting into the racing portion very, very shortly. We're going to take a very quick break and play a few ads here and say thank you to some of our fantastic sponsors. And we'll be back very, very shortly. If you're watching online, stay tuned because we've got a whole bunch of racing coming your way, probably in around about 10 or 15 minutes from now. Thanks for watching. We'll be back shortly. Day of the Drags 2020.
Burnout Masters, the world's wildest burnout game. Available at the App Store and Google Play. Burnout Masters. Game on.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Introducing the brand new Aeroflow featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Introducing the brand new Aeroflow featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow Performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com. BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au.
Introducing the brand new Aeroflow featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian-owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers and heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
Welcome back in, everybody. It is Day of the Drags. We're moving into racing now. And Peter Byrne, Anthony Bull are going to be the first pair up with Supercharged Outlaws. Nothing like a Supercharged Altered. We'll take this one, Bushy.
Exactly right. Big RPM at the end of the burnout there for Peter Byrne. Big RPM all the way through there for Anthony Bull. No stranger to wringing the neck of this BA Falcon.
100%. 100%. Peter Byrne dialing in 670 747 if you are watching on our Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. If you're here at the venue, you can tune into the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. We have posted the link on Facebook, so if you want to jump over there and have a watch, you can see everything that's going up on the big screen, and plus much, much more, including some very, very entertaining comments from people. Because we've got people watching from all over the world on the live. There's a whole bunch of people that I think we're going to try and watch Gainesville, the Gator Nationals. That got rained out, so let's watch Day of the Drags instead. Why not? Works for me. But we are streaming live over there, only on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. If there's a post from anybody other than Sydney Dragway, don't click on the link. Just a word for the wise, okay? If it doesn't look like someone who you would expect to be involved with drag racing, and you don't recognise any of the letters in their name, don't click on the link. Yep. Peter Byrne now, altered. Anthony Bull, small cube Clevo, 412 cubic inches with the supercharger on top. 747 to dial in for him.
Very close on the reaction times for both races. Here comes that altered around the bottom end. Will he take the win? He does not. Anthony Bull gets there, Rusty. 749 with a 0 and a 747. Good pass there for Anthony Bull. 184 mile an hour. A 677 with a 9 on a 670. 208 mile an hour for Peter Byrne. I thought from here it looked like the altered had come around him, but obviously not. Good clean pass from both races. Very close pretty much all the way through in terms of ET. Both cars similar in the 60-foot markers, similar off the reaction times, and not too much in that one at the bottom end of the racetrack. The next pairing out, Rusty, we're going to have Tim Gruber in the Ford Cortina with the Ford 410 cubed power plant on board, taking on the Hemi-powered 55 Chevy of Peter Lovering.
100%. This should be a good one.
Yep.
Tim Gruber didn't exactly get the kind of run that he was after earlier on with only an 11.62. I think I only saw him try and make one run at the racetrack, Bushy. Is that?
Yeah, he's only done the one pass, yep.
Peter Lovering, shake, 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 shake it.
Yep.
That was basically the story of his run in the 55. Got out to about 100 feet and just started rattling about as violently as I think I've ever seen that car rattle. Yeah, it was just brutal. But obviously everything's all right. I would have gone over and checked every nut and bolt that I could possibly find on that car, because it's certainly rattled, and looks like we've just got a little bit of something at the finish line by the look of it. So we're just cleaning up a little bit of something. So we fired the car up, but we'll wait patiently for our fire crew to sort things out. Just a reminder for everybody as well, if you're here today, you're probably inclined to like classic cars and hot rods, and that probably ties in nicely with Hot Rod Night that we have got coming up at Sydney Dragway in the not too distant future. 23rd of March is the night for it. So basically, if you've got a hot rod, anything pre-1948, we'll let it in and you can run for cheap. So $45 if you buy online. If you buy at the gate, I think it's $60, which is still a discount. Yeah, jump online, get your tickets now, and it's going to be a cracker of a night. We're going to have a park up, we're going to have some food trucks, all that sort of stuff. So that is the plan. It's going to be an absolutely awesome night. We're looking forward to it. Yeah, definitely. The theme nights have always been very well attended here at Sydney Dragway for the Aeroflow race for real. We did Diesel Night a couple of weeks ago, and yeah, you would have thought there was something else going on, because it wasn't just what was going on the racetrack. Yeah, they were having a hell of a good time down in the car park. Yeah, just all standing around having a chat. It was literally just like any other car meet, but with a whole bunch of lifted patrols and Land Cruisers and Hiluxes. It was just everything you could think of. Now, I know we've got a couple, just sticking with that diesel night, I know we've got a couple of the more drag race prepped
diesel trucks. You'd think for how popular the diesel nights are that we'd actually see more purpose-built cars running the diesel power plants, you'd think. But
you'd think.
Just as a general conversation.
It's a bit like the electric car deal, you know, like there's a handful of absolutely die-hard guys out there who are building electric dragsters and electric race cars. But in reality, to do it, whenever you're the first one to do something, it's always going to be more expensive than it would be to just drop a small block Chevy into something and go a little bit quick, you know. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts. It's just one of those things. But we're looking forward to Hot Rod Night, and my suggestion is make sure you support it as well, because if you don't support it, if we don't get the numbers, we won't put it on again. It's that simple. So I don't want to be brutally honest, but I'm not exactly known for my subtleties.
You're being brutally honest. Nice burn out there for Tim Gruber in the Cortina. A little bit crossed up towards the end. Backing back now, the wheelie bars on that car are hiked way up in the air. I dare say that if he has to use them, that front end, he's going for the wheel stand award.
Yeah, I'd suggest that would almost certainly be well and truly out of the realms of where you would want to be with a race car. Great looking car, that one.
Oh, fantastic. Very much a pro street style deal where if you're looking in the rocket lane, which is of course the crowd side lane, the Lovering 55 Chevy, very much a pro mod style car.
Yep.
The car dragging the sills on the ground almost.
And that's pretty much what this car is aimed at now.
Yep.
You know, it was built back in the day as a top door slammer. I'm not actually sure whose car this was previously. I've got a sneaking suspicion it may have been the Dave Coupe 55 Chevy.
Okay,
but I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote me on that. Either way, it's such a cool looking car. There's no body style cooler than this. Oh, shake again for Peter Lovering. The doors actually come open on the left-hand side of the car. Looks like it's holding on, though. Pedals it to a 662 breakout. Both cars were sitting on a 765 dial-in, which is a little odd. Tim Gruber, 765 for him. 791 on a 765 dial-in. Absolutely nailed the tree.
Yes.
031 on the tree for Tim Gruber. But, yeah, 662, pretty big breakout there for Peter Lovering by about a second. And, yeah, that's all she wrote this time around. But, man, that shake it's got to be scratching their heads down there.
It's got to be. I mean, that's 60 foot before you see the tyre shake marks disappear. And obviously a big pedal there to get the car to hook back up. But I tell you what, once it hooked up, wow, didn't it take off down the rocket lane there, Rusty?
Oh, yeah, she was moving. She was moving, definitely. Next up, it's going to be Charlie Ladani in the Aeroflow lane, the VZ Commodore Ute, taking on Bruno Matijasevic in the HG Kingswood with the TFX power plant, the newly PSI supercharged Kingswood.
A 665 the dial in for Ladani in the Holden Ute. A 630 the dial in for Matijasevic. Both races, Matijasevic has had a little bit of a slower run than he would have expected here this morning, so I think he's had to have a bit of a stab in the dark for the dial in. Unfortunately, only came out for one run in qualifying this morning. Ladani has completed one run as well. But Ladani's run probably a little bit closer to where he'd expect it to be performance-wise for that car.
Now, Ladani, the car's lost fire down there, and I can see a very frustrated Jeff Cuttajar. He was trying to indicate something. I don't know whether it jumped out of gear or something. I'm not sure what it did, but either way,
very animated about it.
He was very animated. Jeff's a pretty animated guy to start with, so he knows a lot about these cars. He's an expert when it comes to blown alcohol stuff, so he's out there helping a bunch of guys out this weekend. So Bruno Matijasevic will be going on a solo pass. 630 is the dial-in. He's got some ambition this time around, 630. We've seen the car go up, I'm pretty sure 660, somewhere around there, yeah, 650s.
Mid-sixes, I think.
With the roots blower on it, but with the screw blower, you'd think that wouldn't be out of the realms of possibility to pick up a couple of tens without any stretch of the imagination.
Well, I think, as you say, Rusty, it's just a matter of getting everything down through all the drive line, through the tyres. Obviously, without the tyre shake, get the car to launch properly, and then just see what happens from the bottom end.
Gets over near the centre line. He's done a pretty good job of driving it. Reefs it back into the centre of the lane, and a 649.
Wow.
To 23 miles per hour. That sounded to me like it was on a pretty soft tune. Like it only went 110 or 111 to the 60 foot, 428 to half track or the 8th mile marker, and a 649 at 223. That seems like it's got a lot left in it. Now that they've got that banker, they can start turning the screws up a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. Nothing too wrong with that, though. I mean, it moved around a little bit off the start line, but after that, Bruno had it well and truly under control.
Big hello to everybody who's watching online. We've got all of our regulars on there. 88 Pro Street S10. I know he's a long-time viewer on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, and he's commenting. He wants to know what beer brand Aussies like the best. If you want to get your votes in, jump on the Sydney Dragway YouTube channel. Let him know. I think someone was saying Foster's. They're obviously not Australian. Because I don't know anyone that drinks Foster's. No.
No, we export it.
Yeah, it's that bad. We send it overseas instead. So Bruno manages heavy. He'll be happy with that run, and I reckon be pretty happy with the way the track's shaping up out there as well. The more runs it's getting down at, the quicker it seems to be getting this afternoon. Now that we've got a little bit of sun on it as well. Definitely nice to be drying the place out after the horrendous rain that we've had over the last 3 or 4 weeks, and of course the floods all around Sydney as well, not just in Sydney, up and down the coast. I know that we do have some of our races. I know of at least one bike racer who was well and truly affected by the floods, to the point where a couple of other races, a couple of our Sydney Dragway officials actually went around and carried the drag bike up to the 2nd story.
Wow.
To get it out of the water because the whole bottom floor was flooded. So, yeah, there's horror stories left, right, and centre, and I'm sure there's more car guys all around the place that have been affected by the floods. But you know, fortunately, it looks like we've got a little bit of a run of good weather. Hopefully, everyone's drying everything out, and hopefully, we're taking your mind off things. With what we're doing here today.
Well, I think at least one positive thing, I think, out of the floods is we've changed the topic of what we'd been discussing for probably the last 2 years prior to that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's not the best of things to change topic, but yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm expecting the plague of locusts any week now. Yeah. Because we've had bushfires, we've had floods, we've had COVID, then we had some floods again, then we had COVID again. And now it feels like we're coming out the other side. I don't want to jinx it, but anyway.
You just did, bud.
Yeah. My name's Matt Cabanara, if anyone wants to know. Anyway, we're just waiting on some cars to come through the lanes. It looks like we're just trying to rack them and stack them back there to get the first round sorted, because a lot of classes are running on the Chicago Shootout this weekend, or today, I should say. So with the Chicago Shootout format, obviously you need to make sure that the right people race the right people in each round of racing, and then you figure out who has the most points at the end of it, and that's how we come up with a winner.
That's exactly right. And then of course, if the points are tied, the mathematical equation becomes too difficult for Rusty and I, Matt and I. And then, so race control will tell us who the finalists are in those particular categories.
Absolutely. Now, we do have a couple of really cool events coming up. For any racers out there, if you are planning on racing at next week's round of the New South Wales Championship Series, entries close on Sunday night. So my suggestion is get your entries in. Entries close midnight Sunday. That is Sydney time, not Queensland time or Perth time or anywhere else. Midnight Sunday night. So make sure you got your entries in for that one. It's going to be a cracker. The event is next Saturday. So we'll be back in the same seats, Bushy. You'll be in that one. I'll be in this one. And we'll be basically doing exactly the same thing. Benny will be over there. We'll be doing exactly the same thing again, but with a whole bunch of different cars, because it does seem like it is a very different crowd that comes to Day of the Drags than what comes to the New South Wales Championship
Very much
Series.
so, but the first round of that series was well contended. We had some really good racing, as we always do,
cracker.
With the local events that we hold here at Sydney Dragway. So if you're free next weekend, want to come out and have a look, I suggest that you do.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's one thing that we've got coming up. Obviously, week after that, it is Jamboree. So if you're into, you sort of go from one extreme to the other
We're
with
mixing
Dave,
it
the
right
Drags,
up.
to the New South Wales Championship Series to Jamboree. So Jamboree is for your late model, high technology sort of stuff, your rotaries, your 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders, basically anything with a turbo on it. It's got a real cult following, and it is a cool event. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, just like this isn't everyone's cup of tea, but it is a cool event, and you do see some absolutely incredible performances at that event. We're talking 5-second, 6-cylinder cars.
Yes.
It's insane what they're doing.
Yeah, I think also the engineering behind some of these cars. You know, you take a good look at what the teams have prepped and you know, stand there and try and work out where all the plumbing pipes are going. You know, the developments from that side of racing.
The technology
has come such a long way.
The technology that's come into drag racing over the last 15 years is just crazy. But anyway, that's Jamboree. That's coming up. I think it's the 26th of March. Looking a little bit further afield, we do have Hot Rod Night as well the week before that on the 23rd on Wednesday night, Aeroflow Race for Real. That's going to be a fun one. You can see the slide on the screen right now. And yeah, that's going to be fun. Basically, anything pre-1948, bring it on out. We'll go racing. We'll have some fun with it. You get to race for the discounted price. And we are going to have a show and shine down there in the pits as well. Very informal. We're not giving out trophies or anything like that, but it's just going to be a good fun night.
Yep, an excuse to get out of the house for the night.
Exactly. And for anyone who is looking forward to the next major event that we've got here at Sydney Dragway, will be the Gulf Western Oil Nitro Champs. Now, we did announce that Gulf Western Oil are back on board as naming rights for that event, and we are looking forward to that because it's going to be massive. It is actually going to be round 4 of the New South Wales Championship Series, which is going to be running at the Nitro Champs, in addition to some other selected categories. And, of course, we will be burning nitro at that event as well. So stay tuned because all of the information about that one's going to be coming out in the not-too-distant future. But we're looking forward to it. Entries are open now. I can tell you we've already got, I think, 3 Pro Stock cars entered. We've got a couple of professional cars entered. And being nearly 8 weeks out from the event, it means it's actually quite surprising that we've got those professional entries because usually they hold off. So, yeah, it's awesome to have. It's shaping up to be a big one. 2-day event, Friday, Saturday. It's going to be absolutely killer, and we cannot wait to get into it. One of my favourite events of the year, Bushy.
What date?
That is the 6th and 7th of May.
Okay.
6th and 7th of May. So Friday, Saturday. Nothing like burning some nitro on a Friday night.
No, certainly not.
Except for a Saturday night.
Yep.
Saturday night's even better.
And all day Sunday, but we're not doing Sunday.
We're not doing Sunday. Not doing Sunday. So that's going to be a good one. We're looking forward to it. A little bit further afield, obviously round 3 of the New South Wales Championships is coming up in April as well. So we've got a lot of events coming up over the next little while. Diesel Dirt and Turf Show, which is not drag racing, but...
No, it's another event.
It's another event.
Another feather in our cap of our versatility.
Absolutely. Last year had 86,000 people through the gates.
Wow.
Over 3 days. So the Diesel Dirt
That's
and Turf
huge.
Show. It is a massive event. And that was under COVID too. Just keep that in mind. So 86,000 people through the gates. It really is a cool event, and it's free. That's the best thing about it. You don't have to pay to get in. So if you've got kids that might be into excavators or earth moving, or they like playing with dirt, bring them out here and they can see the real thing.
Occupy them for the afternoon and check out a few things. I mean, I think you know, that, as you say, that event's absolutely massive. And what do you say normally the Sydney Dragway hosts or runs or manages events per year, roughly?
Number of on-track racing events. On-track racing days, I think we're up to somewhere around 170 racing days a year. That's across private hires, across events, everything that we do here. And then you've got your expo days on top of that as well. Then you've got all the other stuff that isn't actually on track.
Yeah, so you've got car show.
We've got car shows. Yeah, we do some park-up car shows. We've got the four-wheel drive caravan and camping show that comes up in September. We have got, obviously, the Diesel Dirt and Turf Show. We've got the North Shore Sporting Car Club that does their rally sprints here. We're not just a drag strip. That's the really important thing to remember about Sydney Dragway. Although that's our name, we are not just a drag strip. We do everything and everything, anything and everything, even down to film shoots. So I don't know whether you saw the opener for The Voice. I know you're a big fan of The Voice.
Oh, mate.
I know you
are. No,
are.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, Rita Ora. You're #1 card-carrying member, aren't you, of the fan club?
Something like that.
Well, they actually filmed the opener for The Voice here at Sydney Dragway. So we had Keith Urban, Guy
Yes.
Sebastian, Rita Ora, and whoever the other one was. I think it might have been Jess Mowboy. They were actually here with a whole bunch of dancers. They had the place all night. They had fireworks, pyrotechnics, and all sorts of stuff.
How many
So,
signatures did you get?
not my wheelhouse. I'm more,
okay.
I wouldn't say I went around fanboying. Let's just say that. But either way, it's a cool thing, and it just shows the versatility of the venue because we literally do everything and anything: film clips, video clips, ads. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the tracks, as you say, the tracks featured in a number of different music clips and stuff like that too. That gets seen all around the world.
Yep.
I mean, might not specifically show up as it being Sydney Dragway, but certainly they've been filmed here. We get car companies coming doing testing and that sort of thing as well.
Yeah, we do engineering, we do testing, we do launches. We even have to play firefighter for some car companies sometimes. I'm not going to mention the car company, but it's a funny story, seeing as though we've got a little bit of time while we're getting the cars together out the back. There was a car company that will remain unnamed. They actually brought all their latest models out for their dealers to test drive and basically put them through their paces. And we happened to be sitting up in the tower, and someone yelled out, "Is that car on fire?" And we all look out our window, and sure enough, there was a car rolling down the return road ablaze. So we had to put the fire trucks in action. Good thing it happened at a racetrack, because we had the fire trucks, we had the extinguishers, and there's nothing quite like the look on a marketing manager's face when a fiery is sinking the big axe into the bonnet of the car to try and lift the bonnet up because the thing is fully on fire. So that's an interesting story. No names, no factual. We're not going to say who it was.
I guess that got redeveloped then, didn't it?
Yes. Well, it actually was that bad. It was leaving, because it had a big plastic under tray on the car. It was actually leaving gobs of plastic down the return road as it came down. So, yeah. A few questions people are asking online. Brendan Miglianico has asked, what's the reason for the Friday, Saturday instead of Saturday, Sunday? Well, Friday, Saturday at least gives people some travel time to get home on the Sunday. And traditionally, the Nitro Champs has always been a Friday, Saturday. So that's what we're running with. So that's the reason. There's no rhyme or reason behind it. I know it's not... I missed him. I almost got the mosquito. Did I get him? I got him.
Yes.
Aha. Got him. Sorry, that was a little... a little bit of live action, wildlife wrangling from the commentary box. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's basically the Nitro Champs have always been on a Friday. And I know there was a lot of discussion around taking the New South Wales Championship Series to a 2-day event. And the reality of it was the options were we either did that or we added an additional round. And seeing as though a lot of races do budget for the season, we didn't think adding an extra round was fair. So we thought moving the May round of the championship to the Nitros, it made the most sense, and it gives everybody a chance to run in front of what is going to be a massive crowd at that event.
Exactly right. I mean, I personally can't see any negatives in doing that, and I'm sure that the sportsman races would relish the opportunity to run in front of a lot bigger crowd than what they normally would.
Absolutely. So it sounds like the cars are fired up. We are good to go. And we have got George. And I can actually say his last name now because I went and asked him. George Bukareshvili. There you go. George Bukareshvili is his name. Front engine dragster. He's known as Scorcher George. He's known as a lot of different names. But George Bukareshvili is the name, the Racemax Direct front engine dragster. And he's going to be taking on Bob Sinclair in their little 6-cylinder Holden-powered dragster from Ellis Lane in New South Wales. I have no idea where that is. Any ideas, Bushy?
I'll Google it. You keep talking.
Ask Mr. Google. I'll keep talking. George Bukareshvili running the LS power plant at 364 cubic inch. Dialing in with a 793, 849. This is middle eliminator that we are running today. Joe Schmo on the YouTube chat has asked what company was the fire. I'm not telling you that. I can't tell you that. We're sworn to secrecy. But it was a couple of years ago now, so don't stress. So there's a lot of people watching online, actually. A lot of people watching online. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, wherever you happen to be watching from.
South of Coppity.
Oh, so it's actually not that far away at
No,
all.
west of Narellan.
Okay, so only about half an hour, 40 minutes from here. There you go. So it looks like there's going to be a solo pass here for Bucharest, Liev. I'm not sure what the story is because it doesn't look like Bob Sinclair is going to be pushed back.
They're actually different categories there, Rusty. You've got top eliminator and middle.
Ah,
so
there
I'm
you
not
go.
sure what's happened, how they got muddled up, but
Through the top end, 801 on the 793 dial in. And 170 miles per hour is the speed for George as he goes on through the braking area. We are a camera down today as well. If you are watching online, you'll probably notice that we are a camera down. We've just got a few technical issues, and basically, I can't get the camera to work. It's that simple. There's no science behind it. We've called in the tech guys, we've called in everybody, and we just can't get it to work. So we've gone from 11 cameras to 10.
and yes, you've tried to turn it on and off several times.
I've turned it on and off several times. I've unplugged it. I've left it for 10 seconds. I've tried the percussive maintenance on it. I've got the sledgehammer out. I've tried everything. And it's just not that. But anyway. Sorry, we've gone from 10 cameras to 9 cameras. So I think we can still make do. If you are watching online,
I think we'll manage.
I think we'll get by.
Because that's still 8 more cameras than we had before.
So here's Matty Harner's watching. Now, Matty was actually one of the guys who installed the gear for us. Matty, we tried that, and we can't actually even connect to it. So maybe that might help you a little bit. Send me a text message. You got my number. Trust me, I've been messaging Jeff all morning, so Jeff's probably sick of hearing me. So I'll talk to you now, Matty. You just dobbed yourself in. So we've got Brian Thomas rolling up to the line now. So this is top eliminator that we've got on track. So basically the way that we do it on Day of the Drags is we group them roughly by time.
Yep.
With the exception of a couple of categories. But we do group them roughly by time. So from the tech guys, just kick it is the response. I told you.
We'll let you do that, Matty.
I've done the percussive maintenance and it didn't work. All right. So anyway, a few people watching. Troy's Carvid's watching from Auckland in New Zealand. So I think we've got more people watching from overseas than we do here in Sydney or in Australia at least. So Anthony Turklis is going to be lining up next to the Aeroflow lane, and Brian Thomas, the car in the Rocket Industries lane. I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is. I think we're having a little bit of an issue in terms of...
I'm not sure either, Rusty.
I think it might be something, an issue in race control. Alright, so computer reset. Seems like we're having tech problems, not just with the cameras today, but elsewhere as well. Brian Thomas with a nice big smoky burnout with the Camaro. And Anthony Turklis says, anything you can do, I can do better.
Is that thing turbocharged?
It certainly sounds turbocharged to me, Mr. Bush.
Exactly what you want. Probably a twin turbo big block.
I would say if it is a twin turbo big block, then his dial-in may be a little on the conservative side with an 8 flat. Brian Thomas dialing with an 822 with a supercharged combination over in the Rocket Industries lane. And Glenn Harmon, who's watching online, yes, you're correct. It is an LJ Tirana for Anthony Turklis. Hailing from Wetherill Park, just down the road, not too far away.
It's got number plates on. You can nearly drive it home.
It does. I don't know how legit the number plates are.
We won't go there. I'm just calling what I'm seeing.
Depends. Do you have a contact in Highway Patrol that can get you out of sticky situations?
No.
No. In that case, I'd say probably not the best idea to drive it home. But you get there quickly.
Yep. Brian Thomas in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.22. He will leave first. He'll get about half a light head start on the Christmas tree.
Oh, and he leaves the cherry. Now, Anthony Turkles, all he needs to do is not cross the centre line here, which he's doing his best to try and make it nervous. He gets across the line nicely for an 8.17 at the other end. 8.27 for Brian Thomas, a bit of a throwaway actually on an 8.22. Would have won the race with pretty much any reaction time better than a 1 second reaction time, but leaves the cherry hanging on the tree this time around. And
he didn't know that when he left the start line though.
No, that's true. Hindsight's a wonderful thing in drag racing.
Yep.
It really is. So next up, it is Bob Sinclair taking on Stephanie Heisman. So Bob Sinclair has found his opponent now.
Yep, Heisman's running for Great Western Auto Wreckers, Cool Shirt Systems Australia, and Canopolis Auto 1 in orange. The big box Chev dialed in with an 8.08 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on that very fast Holden 6-cylinder powered car. Bob Sinclair dialed in with an 8.49.
For a 6-cylinder Holden, let's talk about this just purely because I know there's a lot of people who are watching from overseas. So a 6-cylinder Holden, we're talking 210 cubic inches in this thing, and it's broken something pretty heavily on the start line, I would suggest, because that kind of just jumped and then didn't go anywhere. 8.05 gets the win for Stephanie Heisman's. It's breakout. Bob Sinclair red lit. So there's some weird stuff going on here on the start line today. Bob Sinclair, but to put it in perspective, that car went 8.49 on his best qualifying run. That is a 210 cubic inch straight 6.
Which is based on an engine that came out in when? The early 70s?
Maybe even late 60s.
Yep.
Late 60s, early 70s. I'm sure someone will
correct us on that. But I'm not sure exactly when the Holden... that Holden power plant came out, but obviously doing pretty good things with it, Bob Sinclair. Well,
not this time though, unfortunately.
I'm wondering if something has let go in the drivetrain, the way that car shuttered then.
The way it shuttered, it looked almost like it might have broken something in the rear end, or maybe even in the drive line. And given where he's sitting,
I was just going to say, either way, whatever is broken is right, and he's right over it.
Yeah, in a front engine dragster, you generally don't want to break anything in the drive line or the rear end because of your proximity to where you're sitting. So it's not hard to figure out exactly where you're sitting, but you've basically got the diff right between your legs. Your feet go either side of the drivetrain.
And then your feet are up next to the bell housing on the gearbox.
Yeah.
So
basically. So yeah, fortunately everything is looks like it's a-okay. They're pushing the car back down there, but it was very violent when he launched. As we see George Bukareshvili going back along the return road. Car looks fantastic, doesn't it?
It does look really good, and it's a very consistent a runner as well. He's done very well out of that car with the LS power plant. Thank you very much, Bob. E.H. Holden, late 1963, first red motor.
Oh, there you go. We were way out.
If anyone would know.
We were a decade out.
I said early 70s.
Well, we were a decade out.
Yeah, but still.
So pushing the front engine dragster back, and we will go racing with our next pair, which looks like it's going to be Jeff Alston taking on Billy Osling. Now, if you are watching online and you're thinking, geez, you know, this isn't exactly a high-intensity race meeting. Well, you're right. This is not a high-intensity race meeting. This is much more of a laid-back, chilled kind of day that we put on here. Day of the Drags, it was started probably... I'm not sure what version of Day of the Drags we're up to, but I think this is probably year 14 or 15 at a guess. And basically it was started to be a sort of nostalgia-themed, anything chrome bumper, anything hot rod, anything front engine, bring it out, race it, have some fun. And it started out as a closed day. We ended up making it, opening it up to the public and show and shine and all the rest of it. And it's just a good fun day. It's a nice relaxed day.
And I think that's part of the appeal, that it is something a little bit different. And the type of racing that we do, in the fact that it's most of the Chicago shootout, normally that doesn't happen at our normal elimination events, just purely because we don't have the time, don't have the track time to allow it to happen.
Absolutely. Next up, it is Bill Osling in the 69 Camaro, taking on Jeff Alston in his Camaro, but it's, I think, about a 70, 71, somewhere around there. Looking at the back of it, it's hard to say because it's got the big ironing board on the rear end as well. Good looking car though. Very much race orientated. Looks like it might have even been an old Pro Mod in the day.
I'd say so.
One of these cars. Bill Osling, a little bit more stock appearing with this car. It's got the traditional rake on it.
Yep, chrome bumper.
High in the back, low in the front, chrome bumper, set of wheelie bars. Looks like it's got some glass in it as well, so should be a good race. This one, dial in 869 for Billy Osling, 820 for Jeff Alston, 632 cubes for him. So another red light for Bill Osling. This time it's an 012, so it's only a baby red light, but still, a red light's a red light.
Exactly right. He's handed the win to Jeff Alston, who's going to take the win with an 8:36, 160 mile an hour. And Bill Osling, an 8:74, 151.
Battle of the Tiranas now. Sal Sabato taking on Sarah Glass. Sarah dialing in with an 8:86 this time around. She went 8:81 earlier on in the piece. And Sal Sabato with the Tirana, he's gone 8:22 and an 8:26. And I think there was an 8:40 thrown in there as well for good measure. But the 8:40 was sideways across the finish line. Yeah. So maybe they chose to forget that one.
I would drop that one and use the other two.
Yeah, plan.
Another red light, Rusty. Sarah Glass leaving too early. Sabato's car drawing up beside and gets to the finish line first anyway. It goes 8:19 with a 7 on an 8:20. So good choice on the dial in there. He had the opportunity to run it out the back door. 164 mile an hour there to take the win.
It's always a good thing when if you've got enough awareness when you're driving these cars that you see your opponent red light to keep your foot planted and test it for a dial in. Unless of course it's the first round of the Nationals and you've already been warned once about going too fast. May have
Speaking
happened.
from experience there, Rusty?
Yes, I am. May have happened at the 1998 Nationals. Got disqualified. Yes, that's right. Anyway, I'm not bitter. I don't hang on to things.
No. Yeah, that's right. You don't hold grudges. You just don't forget anything.
Yeah.
Not sure what's happened there with the Alston running down the Aeroflow lane. Sam.
I think I do. I think he went to launch the car and our official appeared in his line of vision and said, pull your visor down, because I think he's still a fairly new driver.
Okay.
Casco, I think it was the name.
Yes, that sounds right.
John Andrew has asked on the online coverage, when are we open till? Well, we're open till we finish racing, basically. That's the easy answer. I'm not sure what time that's going to be. Depends on a lot of different factors. Depends on if anybody breaks, if anybody puts some stuff down on the racetrack. Touch wood, it doesn't happen. We don't want that to happen. But it is a Chicago shootout, so there's a lot of cars going to be making a lot of runs. Next up, it is Ben Matthews. Watch the wheel stand in the HD, taking on Jim Raptus. Oh, he's tamed it down.
Dropped a few hundred out of the launch shaft here, might suggest. Raptus' car left with an 0.59 reaction time. Should take the win here. He does. Goes 10.83 with a 0, 117 mile an hour. And Ben Matthews, a 9.88 with a 1 at 134. So both races pretty close to their nominated dial-ins there. Just the reaction time. The big teller in who was the winner in that particular race.
Mark, sorry mate.
I was going to say on track now. One of my favourite cars for the day, but I'm not biased at all. And that's Mark Ind in the 48 Ford Anglia, dialed in with a 1050. Rusty.
Did you say Mark Indy Anglia?
You could say that.
John Polito in the HQ Monaro. I know. I don't apologise for puns. That was clear on Facebook yesterday. Go back and have a look at our post. You'll see what I mean. 985, 129 miles per hour for John Polito gets the win. Mark Ind at 1058 on a 1050 solid pass at 131 miles per hour. Joe Sorbello now taking on Craig Warren.
All right, Joe Sorbello taking on Craig Warren in the Tirana. The Tirana away first with an 0.88 light. Sorbello away with an 0.18 light, so he should take the win here. No, he doesn't get around the Tirana. The Tirana taking the win with a 10.15, 131 mile an hour charge across the finish line. And the Tirana will move on. The next pairing up, we will see Ernest Hudson taking on Peter Fialaris in the XT Falcon. Dialed in with a 10.20. Hudson in that Celica dialed in with a 9.40. So the Celica will have to wait 0.8 of a second. Fialaris away with an 0.65 light. Nice clean launch from that Falcon. A 3.68 there for Ernest Hudson in the Celica. The Falcon with the advantage, and he's going to convert it to a win. 10.31 with a 5 at 132 mile an hour across the finish line, and a 9.48 with a 3 at 149 there for Hudson. Next pairing on the start line, we've got Charlie Addard in the Holden Tirana in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 10.10, taking on Jack Moreau in the Ford Capri. Dialed in with a 9.12 rather. Tirana away with a 2.20. 008 on the tree for Moreau, has a massive advantage here. Should be around here, but about 1,000 foot. They were neck and neck, and the Capri takes it 9.19 with a 4 and a 9.12. And Charlie Addard, he broke out trying to stay in front, but the Capri got there first. Next up, we will see Alan Perkins in the Holden 1-tonner taking on Gary Dorrington. It sounds like that 1-tonner of Perkins is turbocharged. I definitely heard the wastegate making some sound there at the end of the burnout. We can hear all this on the trackside cameras when the trackside mics, but good strong burnout there from the 1-tonner. A little bit of attention around the officials, from the officials around the 1-tonner there. So 10.80 the dial in for the 1-tonner, 9.89 the dial in for the front engine dragster in the Rocket lane. 1-tonner away first. Definitely here at spool up as it leaves the start line. 0.33 on the tree for Gary Dorrington. The front engine dragster in front at 1,000. He'll take it 9.93 with a 6 on a 9.89 dial in. And a 10.96 with an 8, 122 mile an hour there for Alan Perkins in the 1-tonner. Next up, one of my favourite cars on the start line is Andrew Stavro, the Mark 1 Escort from Botany. I believe this one powered by the YB Cosworth Turbo 4-cylinder on board. I have got an awesome photo of this car at home dragging the rear bumper here at Sydney Dragway. So keep your eyes on it. We can see a set of wheelie bars out the back, but they are set very high. Taking on Sam Danaskis this time around in the Aeroflow lane. 9.91 the dial in for Danaskis, and a 9.70 the dial in for the Ford Escort. So a bit of a British Ford battle here on the start line. Day of the Drags 2022. Unfortunately, the Escort has stopped on the start line. Danaskis will take the win. He'll go roll out of the throttle, and he's going to take the win with a 10.79 at 191 mile an hour. Not quite sure what's happened to the Stavros machine. We could hear it come up on boost for launch, and then that's about all she wrote. The shoots out still went 142 mile an hour, so definitely capable of that 970. And the Capri is going to take the win points for this round. Next up, we've got Tex Griffiths taking on Ross Bilby. Bilby in the Ford Cortina. Griffiths in the Plymouth Satellite. 10:45 the dial in for the Satellite. 9:65 the dial in for the Cortina, so the Cordy will have to wait. On the start line, let's see what Bilby can do. Will he be able to run down Tex Griffiths? Both these races are very experienced. They're very consistent cars which run the numbers all the time. Griffiths away with an 0.65. The 181 for Bilby, way over towards that left-hand wall. Coming back into the centre of the lane now is Bilby. Don't think he's going to get around the Plymouth. No, he doesn't. 10.5 at 2 with a 0 and a 10.45. But Griffiths takes a win by around about a tenth of a second. Next up we see Sean Marr, dialed in with a 9.20. He's in the blue HB Tirana. He's taking on Simon Bonello in the Silver Falcon. Dialed in with a 10.13. Bonello from Catherine Field. Marr from Mangerton. Both races into full stage now. Bonello leads with an 0.29 reaction time. Has about 300s up his sleeve. A 0.63 on the tree for Marr. Side by side at 1,000. It will be Sean Marr to take the win by 23 thousandths of a second. He'll take the round points with a 9.22 on his 9.20 dial in. Bonello in that Falcon just pipped at the post. Next up, we're going to have Debbie Robb and Dennis Matisic. Not quite sure what the hold-up here at the moment is. We've got some red lights flashing on the bottom of the Christmas tree. I believe it's a little bit of the R word, unfortunately. As I'm sure you're aware, Sydney and the east coast of Australia has been fairly hammered with the wet stuff over the last couple of weeks, and our thoughts and prayers are with everybody who has been affected with the flooding up and down the east coast of Australia. And we hope that you're able to recoup what you can out of any lost items and get back to some form of normality fairly quickly. Our thoughts are with you. We thank all the racers that have made the trek to Sydney Dragway out of those flood-affected regions to be here today. And the good news is, though, the flood levels have been dropping fairly consistently from about Thursday of last week, where the wet stuff stopped falling from those clouds. But looks like we've got just a small shower of rain coming across us now. Hopefully the track certainly would have enough residual heat to dry that, and we'll be back underway with some racing as soon as possible.
So just a quick little update, guys, if you haven't already heard. We do have a little bit of the wet stuff falling. It's not much, just a little bit. If you are watching online or if you're here at the venue. If you're here at the venue, you probably already know, let's be honest. But if you're watching online, that's the reason why we have just got a slight delay. Shouldn't be too much longer, hopefully. Because as you can see, there's blue sky. As we look up, there's actually blue sky above us, so we don't expect we're going to be down for too much longer, and hopefully we'll be able to jump straight back into the racing, guys. So thanks for your patience. We're looking forward to a good afternoon of racing once we get into the swing of things. All right, if you happen to own a blue LJ Tirana with the registration number AN62NY and would like to keep tabs on its whereabouts, my suggestion is you go and move it now before we move it for you. You've parked in someone's pit bay and they would like you to relocate it to a more suitable location, such as the show and shine or the car park or basically anywhere other than their pit area. So blue LJ Tirana, AN62NY, and if you don't drag it, we don't move it, we do have a forklift that we will drag it out for you. So there you go. Blue LJ Tirana, AN62NY. Go move it. We are set to go back to racing by the sound of it. I can see the Christmas tree the cover is coming off the Christmas tree, which is good. We might go back to live pictures. I know we've still got plenty of people watching online. Thank you for hanging in there for us, guys. And I hope you did manage to get something done during our little downtime that we had. I don't know, maybe do Wordle or something like that. Get today's puzzle out of the way. I know I'm struggling with it. So if you want to give us any tips, please, by all means. Now, someone said, can we get some kangaroo pictures? If we have some kangaroos around, we will. And it's not outside the realms of possibility that we will have kangaroos at some point, because we do have dozens that live on the property here. And they don't just live on our property, they jump the fence and go next door, and we have quite a big reservoir next to us as well. So I would suggest that they go next door, they come through the fence. They can jump pretty high. Debbie Robb on track now. XB Falcon Coupe taking on Dennis Matesic in the Chevy Camaro. Welcome back to the microphone, my co-commentator, Mr. Stephen Bush.
Thank you very much, Rusty.
Sir Stephen Bush, I think.
Oh, no,
I think we
I
should
wouldn't
give
go
you a
that far.
knighthood. You deserve a knighthood,
I
Bushy.
wouldn't go that far. There'd be a lot of people in front of me, mate.
No, services to drag racing.
There'd still be a lot of people in front of me. But thank you for the compliment.
Dennis Matesic, the Chevy Camaro, beautiful looking car, this one, and has been running really well. 10-1-1, best run so far today. Leaves the cherry hanging on the tree. Another one.
It's like, I think out of the 10 or so runs we've had in competition, there's been like 8 that have been red, so.
And it just happens sometimes.
Yep. Big bird out there from Jim Denaro in the Ford Cortina. The little 363 Windsor. Singing pretty hard. Caleb Thomas in the 1-tonner from Moore Creek. 400 cubes of blown small block.
If you are watching online, I hope you're enjoying the coverage from wherever you may be watching from. We are back to live pictures now. Let us know where you're watching from. We always like to hear from our fans all the way around the world, wherever you may be.
Yeah, the Cortina dialed in with a 940. The 1-tonner with a 912. So the 1-tonner will have to wait. Denaro very sharp on the tree, usually.
Yeah, Jim Denaro usually very good at what he does. Won a couple of Trek Championships. I think he may have even had an Australian Championship to his credit at one point in Super Street. I may have jumped the gun on that one, but either way, clean greens both sides of the racetrack. First time we said that for a while. 016 on the tree for Caleb Thomas. He dialed in 912. He's doing the chasing. Is he going to get there? Yes, he does. Wow. 917 at 149 miles per hour, 943 at 137 on a 940. So just doing the quick maths in my head, margin of victory there, 0.02 of a second.
Not
Good
much
close
at all.
race.
That's not, no disrespect to Caleb, but that wasn't the result that I expected.
Jim Denaro is not a guy who usually gets beaten at both ends of the track.
No.
Very rarely does that happen. Next up, it is Brett McNiff in the Sox and Martin colours, the VG Valiant. I know we've got a bunch of people watching from America, including from Tampa, Florida in the US. They're probably pretty confused when they look at this car because they wouldn't necessarily know what a VG Valiant is. They definitely know what the underside of it looks like now, though.
Yep, they sure do. Car making its way to the finish line in 903 with a 147 mile an hour. That car ultra consistent. 9038, 9057 was his 2 qualifying runs. There with a 903 with a 147 mile an hour with an 013 light. It's pretty tough.
You're not going to complain about that, are you?
Nope.
There's another car coming up that I think our American viewers are going to really like as well, the Ford Centador of Noel Inman. Now, if you know what a Centador is, good. If you don't know what it is, go and Google one before you see the one that we've got. Because you're going to get a bit of a shock for a 100-year-old car that runs high 10s, low 11s, and has a habit of wheel standing. It's a pretty cool thing.
It is very cool.
Pretty cool thing.
Probably the only one that's being drag raced around the world, I'm pretty sure.
Look, the thing's got the aerodynamics of a 3-story block of flats.
Yeah, there's no aerodynamic factor there at all.
No. You'd be better off building a Lego car and hoping that it works in terms of the aerodynamics. Now, we've got people watching, I assume it's from Tampa, Florida, Alabama, Central Texas in the USA, Oulu in Finland.
Okay.
Yes. Virginia in the US. I think we've got more people watching from overseas than we do in Australia. I think it's well within the realms of possibility that that's...
I guess all depending on timing. Like, what time is it over in those
I have no
places,
idea
I
what
wonder?
time it is in Finland. Absolutely none. If you gave me a globe and said, where is Finland, I don't think I'd even be able to tell you. But I'm glad you like drag racing.
It's fantastic that you've been able to join us, and I hope you're enjoying the broadcast.
Make sure you give us a click, a like and share and a follow and all the stuff that you usually do when it comes to YouTube. Make sure you do share it. So we see Stuart Howell rolling up to the line in his HQ ute, taking on James Fagan in the HJ Kingswood, or the HJ ute, I should say. There you go. It's 10:30 p.m. in Eastern USA.
There you go. Oh, that's not too late.
That's not too late.
That's manageable.
You didn't get to watch the Gators today, so you can watch drag racing from Day of the Drags instead. There you go.
Quintessential Australian drag race on the start line now, Rusty. Pair of Aussie utes.
You don't get much more Aussie than a couple of Holden utes.
No.
In fact, I think there was a song written about it, wasn't there?
There was probably quite a few. Something about driving into the sunset. All that sort of stuff. But we've got James Fagan dialed in with a 12.99. He will be chased by Stuart Howell.
Now, neither racer particularly sharp on the Christmas tree, but Stuart Howell is way out in front. He's absolutely gapped James Fagan here. And I would say he's going to take the win. Stuart's been around the block a couple of times, so he knows how to bracket race. 14.03 at 82 miles per hour. And 15.78 for James Fagan. Just went off a little bit from the previous 12.99 that we saw.
It sounded like one of those cars was having some issues on the start line. We can pick up in our track mics, so that is one advantage of having them, Rusty. You can hear things that you don't normally hear. Like there was a 1-tonner that ran before, and you could hear it in the burnout. Like I just assumed it was V8. You could hear the turbo spooling in the burnout. Like
it's one thing. You know, I know there's a lot of live feeds that are done of drag racing around the place, and some of them are better than others. But I think it's one thing that we've got here. Although all our cameras, they are remote, we can control them all. We can obviously decide where they're pointing and try and follow cars as well. But the best thing that we've got is the integrated audio system, because you can hear what's going on. And in a little while, you will be hearing some Nitro as well, which is going to be cool. So hopefully it's not too far away. I think it's been pushed back just because of the rain delay that we had. So next up it is Andrew McClellan taking on Noel Inman. Noel Inman in the centre door Ford. And if you're wondering why it's called a centre door, it's because the door is in the centre.
Yep.
If you want to get in the back, you get in the middle door. If you want to get in the front, you get in the middle door, because there's only one door. As you can see, quite tall, derived from a horse and carriage. Goes a bit faster than that now. Has run 10.63 today, 123 miles per hour. Andrew McClellan, on the other hand, he's president of the Dragons Hot Rod Club, the much more conventional 34 Ford Coupe with a high boy set up on it. 0.44 on the tree for Andy McClellan. That's pretty solid.
Yeah, it's pretty good reaction time, and a 10.91 with a 5 at 113 to cement the win. He's probably lucky that Eamon red-lit there.
Yeah,
because,
absolutely.
Because he wouldn't have got the win otherwise. The Senator got there first. Next bring up, we've got Ben Cooley in the 34 Tudor, dialed in with a 12.80, taking on Lenny Hoskins. Hoskins away with an 0.80 reaction time in the Tirana. He should come around the hot rod at the other end of the racetrack.
Maybe.
Although the hot rod's still in front of the 1,000.
Only just.
Only just.
12.81 on a 12.80.
Yeah,
Only
nice.
just got it missed out. 11.44 and 11.20 for Hoskins in the Tirana. Gets the win. That's a good race.
It was a good race. Next up, we've got Richard Matasevic dialed in with a 10.55 in the Ford utility, running for Modern Style Kitchens, taking on Randus Dominic in the Valiant. Dominic away with a 381 reaction time, a 118 there for the Falcon Ute. The Ute should take the advantage to the finish line, and does. Converts to a win, 1077 with a 3, 103 miles per hour. And the Valiant there, a 1213 with a 4 and an 1175.
Absolutely. Robert Matesic now, the Chevy Camaro, another Camaro with 454 in it. And taking on Thomas Fittler Sr. in the Tirana, because Thomas Fittler is also racing this weekend. Oh, another red light. Oh, no, that's not. You can't call that one a red light. That's a pink light. That one, a 002 red for Thomas Fittler Sr. And he throws away a 12.43 on a 12.20 to take the loss. 11.35 on a 10.90 for Robert Matesi. Gets the W.
Damien McGinn lucky enough to get the solo. He dialed in with a 10.50. Let's see what he can do. Leaves the line with a 7.27 reaction time, so not under any pressure to cut a light there. And it sounds like he rolls out of the throttle early on and takes the win with a 10.60 on his 10.50. All right, next up we have Vince Moluso from Mount Annan in the Holden Kingswood. Pretty strong on the burnouts as Vince.
This is the ultimate sleeper, this thing.
Yeah, have a go at it.
It's got the sun visor on the front.
Yep.
It's pretty much granny spec, this thing, like, for lack of a better word. It is granny spec.
Well,
it's got the tan interior. It's a good, clean example of what it is, but it also happens to have an LS in it, I think. Which hikes the front end. Oh, that's
I think
a neat little bit of kit.
The colour is what hides the fact even more. I think that's the soft yellow, but runs on through for an 11.37 with a 4, 115 mile an hour there. Next up, Brendan McGinn from Cambridge Park. Small block Chevy on board the HB Tirana. Of course, those of you watching overseas, I think this was an Opal, I think.
There you go, I've learned something today.
I don't quote me if it's correct or not.
Bushy said they were definitely an Opal. That's what I heard come out of your mouth, mate. 12.05's the dial in, 11.86 at the other end. We're having a bit of fun today.
Yeah, I know.
Don't take what we're saying too seriously, please. It's not worth it. It's really not. So Brendan McGinn gets the win despite the breakout there on a solo pass. Adam Bowers racing for High Performance World and Forza Performance. 10.5 means he is the #1 qualifier.
All right, Rusty, look what's in the staging lanes.
Look what's in the staging. What have we got in the staging lanes? Oh, yes, the Mercury Comet. Good looking car, as well as the gases. So we've got vintage gas coming up in the not too distant future. Is there something else that you're trying to get my attention on?
Yes.
Oh, there's a couple of fuel alternates in the lanes as well.
Yeah, you knew that. You're just playing. You just wanted me to roll over there. So
just a little bit. Just a little bit. No, fuel altered is on their way. So if you're up in the venue and you want to see some nitro, especially fuel altereds, my suggestion is get to somewhere where you can see pretty soon, because they're going to be coming through pretty soon. In fact, they're towing through the tunnel right now. So if you want to see some nitro, get up into the grandstand.
Alrighty, Jason Gauzy in the Vauxhall Velox. Pretty cool little jig of this car. Something completely different to what you would normally see on a drag strip anywhere, probably anywhere in the world, not just here in Australia. maybe, as Ben said, maybe Santa Pod. They're probably fairly popular over.
So here's one for you. I know we spoke about American muscle cars and Australian muscle cars. I want to know what's a muscle car in Finland? Because we've got a Finnish viewer watching on YouTube, the Finnish Highball. I want to know what a Finnish muscle car is. I know what a Finnish muscle car is. There you go. There's a question for our viewers on YouTube. 12.93 takes the loss for Jason Gorsey. Joe Maddo, who's usually behind a camera here at Sydney Dragway, gets the W. Jared Nolan taking on Peter Addard now.
All right, Addard in the utility, dialed in with a 16.60, away with a 3.63 reaction time. Jared Nolan in that Mustang, dialed in with a 16 flat, chasing down the one-tonner. Has a little bit to make up on the reaction time as well. Have plenty of time to suss each other out, and Nolan will take the win, 16.76 with a 4.80 mile an hour, and a 17.5 there for Peter Addard. So something just going away in the one-tonner at the bottom end of the racetrack. Next up we have Scott Davies in the 31 Ford Tourer.
It's a neat car, this.
It is.
The more I look at it, the neater it is.
It's a cool looking car. Just twisting up off the start line. Dialed in with a 13.95, taking on Mitchell Gregory. Any relation?
Maybe.
Gregory out in the EH Holden, dialed in with a 17.95. Gets there too fast, Rusty. Goes 17.80.
Look, to be fair, if you were related to me, would you want to admit it?
Oh. Wow. Okay. You bought that on yourself,
yeah,
mate.
I know. I'm just saying.
Mate, well, I can't see why you would say that about yourself. I'm going to leave that right there. Michael O'Brien in the lime green HQ, dialed in with a 13.60, taking on Mark Marlin in the Ford Fairmont. Dialed in with a 13.10, so around about half a second head start going to O'Brien in the HQ. And HQ with a little bit of work to do off the start line, a 3.83 reaction time to a 2.50 for the Falcon. And double breakout, which means both races went under their nominated handicap. The car of O'Brien, the HQ, got there first, but he went under by more. He went under by about half a second. Massive breakout, handing the win back to Mark Marlin in the Falcon with a 12.86. So he went under by a fair way too. I dare say they were pushing each other to the breakout.
So we're about to burn some nitro, I believe, because I can hear that they were pulling, or I could see that they were pulling through the tunnel. Oh no, they're still in the lanes. Okay, so we're finishing up the session that we've got. I'm not sure what we've got, but I know they were doing a little bit more work on those cars than what you would usually expect them to do. They're usually pretty, touch wood, bulletproof when it comes to the format that they've got with these cars. But when I went down there before, they had all of the pistons out of Psycho and the blower was off it.
Oh, okay. So it hasn't been a good afternoon so far.
Well, no, I think they just wanted to change some stuff. I think they changed the blower on it. And, as Morris said to me, he said, we're used to pulling these things apart now. We've got a Big Show funny car. So we're used to pulling it apart and changing everything between rounds. So this is easy now. So anyway, I'm sure we'll see what they can do, because the reason for the delay with the reaction time as well is because it was an extremely long light in that first round, and they were apparently both off.
Yeah.
So I think Brandon was like 140 and Morris was like 211 or somewhere around there.
Well, I mean, they're only human. There's no delay boxes or anything like that, so it's all done with the foot coordination.
That's exactly right. Simon Moyer taking on. Simon Moyer in the 39 Willies is having a good look at the centre line down there. He's taking on John Kerr in the Mercury Caliente. 11.27 takes the win on the 11.09. That's a little bit off from what we would usually see from him.
One of our crowd believe a Volvo is a Finnish muscle car. Would that be correct?
That's Swedish. Isn't a Volvo?
I thought they were, but...
Ovlov. Yes. I'm actually a Volvo owner.
Are you?
Yeah. I got my grandfather bought one brand new in like 1969. It's still in the family.
Wow.
Yeah. So there you go. I think it's only got like 60,000 miles on it too. It's a mint car, but anyway, I've got a reputation to uphold.
Yeah.
Matt Moore in the 55 Bel Air goes through 14.46 on a 14.40 to take the win. Andrew Barbara up 14.08 on a 13.90. Next up, it is the Toyota Crown. Yes, you heard me right. That is a Toyota Crown gasser, straight axle with nitrous on board. That's right.
Because why not?
Because drag racing. And the 54 Chevy of Phil Moore over in the other lane, straight axle again, 350 Chev under the hood of that car. Sort of out of the hood of the car, but not out the top, it's out the bottom.
18.0 the dial in for Phil Moore. Shembry, he's got the quicker of the two, dialed in with a 13.70. You'll have to be patient on the start line. That's it, Jim. Slam the door.
So I can see...
There we go.
A couple more comments we've had on the YouTube stream that we've got going at the moment. I think it's Womby, Steve Brown. Now, I know a couple of Steve Browns. I'm assuming it's the Stephen Brown,
yep.
Womby, who was supposed to be racing here today, but unfortunately circumstances prevailed that he could not make it here. So the car's actually on display. The car was going to be driving, but unfortunately Womby not around to drive today.
All right, so Phil Moore with some issues away from the start line, but Shembry's got to be careful that he doesn't break out. Goes 14.00 with a 0 on a 13.70 dial in, and Phil Moore, he's struggling on downhill. Be somewhere, I reckon, around the 30-second mark by the time he gets there.
Supposed to
34.
I think he's going to try and take exit stage right. No, he's gone past the gate. Gone past the gate. So we'll just wait for Phil to go another 600 metres down there, up and over the hill. So yeah, we're not too far away from burning some nitro. I love a bit of fuel altered action on a Saturday afternoon. You can't complain about that, can you?
No, certainly not. And it's because they're round number 2. The drivers are in the cars, Rusty. They're ready to go.
Well, I hope they're in the cars. I think they're up next, so they better be in the cars.
Well, I'm just pointing out the obvious for those.
But look, if they do need a driver, I'm available.
Yeah, we'll just let Kath know so she can update the...
No, don't tell Kath. Don't tell Kath.
What she doesn't know won't.
Because the first question she'll say is, how much is it going to cost me? And to be honest, I'd probably cut off my right leg to drive a fuel altered.
Even if it was 0, she wouldn't. Would she let you do it?
Yeah, I reckon she would. Yeah. So classic bike out on track now. Steve Ryman from North Curl. From what I understand, Curl pretty heavily hit with the rain event that we had last week. Got flooded out up there. The lagoon overflowed and not much fun. Peter Nevins from Nowra Hill. He didn't get flooded up on the hill.
No, he was right. He could see it all.
He could see it all happening.
He'll take the win.
Down on the flatlands of Nowra. 12.27 on that 11.65 dial in. Steve Ryman, 11.31 on a 10.90. So, we've warned you a couple of times, but this is your final warning. If you're in the venue and you want to see some fuel altered action, get to the grandstand now. There you go, you've been warned. I'm not going to tell you again. Mark Akers on the Kawasaki GPZ, which did a good job of trying to spit him off the bike this morning.
Yeah, this one running a wheelie bar setup, meaning he can be a little bit aggressive on the launch, Rusty. Dialing with a 10.60. He ran a 10.68 and a 10.68 in qualifying. So that was very, very well done to get 2 times identical.
Whoa, there we go.
Just having another go at trying to throw him off the motorcycle.
Definitely got a bit loose, didn't it? So for all the photographers that are in the venue, now is the time to train your cameras on the burnout area, because with the fuel altered, you never quite know what they're going to do.
Nope.
I was talking to Maurice McMillan, who's driving Psycho today, and I said to him, is it like driving the funny car or is it more like driving a dragster? And he goes, Some runs it's like driving a dragster. Some runs it's like driving a funny car. He's like, you can't reef the wheel the way you do in a funny car because they'll move around way too much on you because they're a bit shorter.
Yes.
But at the same time, sometimes you just kind of have to guide it to where you want it to go. So I think the line that we said this morning is that you only decide on whether it goes or not. It decides where it wants to go. I think that's actually pretty accurate.
Yep. From us being a novice pair of commentators, that yes.
Yes. Yeah, expert commentators. That's on my business card. Expert commentator. Sure.
Okay.
Sure. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. I've got a bridge to sell you. Brandon Gosbell will be lining up in aggro in the Aeroflow lane this time around. Morris McMillan will be driving Psycho, both racing for Aeroflow Performance Products and Rocket Industries. Speaking of which, if you don't already have your Aeroflow Performance Parts catalogue, make sure you do grab one. We've got quite a few on offer over at the Scrutineering Shed.
Okay.
So if you head over there, you can actually grab one of these. And basically, if you're into any kind of performance car, any kind of aftermarket part that you might need, hell, even if you need a T-shirt, you can get that in here. 435 pages of aftermarket goodness in here. This is the Bible
of credit card abuse.
Absolutely, and I think out of the 14 million part numbers that are in here, I think I've memorised about 12 million now. So I'm definitely we're getting there. We're definitely getting there.
Are you inviting me to test you here, or
no? I'm not inviting you to test me.
All right.
That was just a statement. That was just a statement. So we're going to be burning some nitro. The starters are on the cars, and we're just waiting for the signal to fire up down here. Looks like there's a little bit of work going on around the front of aggro. An issue with the starter by the look of it.
Would they be interchangeable?
I would say so. And I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to fire up Psycho, and then
the old switcheroo. Just check, dry run it and see that.
So they're going to check that it fits it first. But so they're going to start up aggro and then fire up Psycho, which is just, it's a different kind of car, isn't it? Like in America, there's a lot of fuel altereds that they've got that hold a special place in a lot of people's hearts, like the Wind Express, the Bradford Fiat, the Rat Trap, Nanook, all of those kind of cars. But for Aussies, the car that's down here lining up in the Rocket Industries lane, the right-hand lane, we might even go to the tower shop. We can come and have a look down on top of these cars. The car that's lining up in the right-hand lane is such a special car to so many people in this country. All right, so they've started up one. They'll go across, put the starter on to Psycho, and get that car fired up.
Trained professionals, Rusty.
Absolutely.
They've done that a few times before.
They are well and truly versed in the art of Nitro, the Aeroflow team.
Oh, blown the blower belt straight off that car for aggro. Short, sharp burnout for McMillan.
You know what? That's really interesting. If it was something with the blower, if there was a problem with the blower for Brandon Gosbell and aggro, and then it's done something in the supercharger, maybe something's tightened up in the blower, maybe some of the tolerances are a little bit too tight, and it sounded like it just backfired the blower off it.
They didn't have all the supercharger off aggro?
They didn't have the supercharger off aggro. It was only off Psycho. So Psycho's going to go on a solo pass here, so that means it's going to be 1-1 by the time we get to the third round, which is exactly what you want. You don't want it like that, though. No. You don't want to do it like that.
These guys are racers. They want the kudos within the team to be won fair and square.
Absolutely, and I would be expecting Psycho to well and truly get after it this time around. GC gives the signal to Morris. In you go. It's all in your hands from here on.
the clutch dust out of that, Rusty.
That's
Dead
on a number.
straight.
101 to the 60. Shoots out early for a 617. Only 167 miles per hour. I'm not sure why the shoots were out early because it looked to me like the thing was on a bit of a number there. 101 to the 60. It was on a pretty solid pass, but yeah, shoots out early, 167 miles per hour, but still, that's about as straight as I've ever seen a fuel wall to go.
I couldn't believe it. The car didn't move around at all. Like he's dropped 70 mile an hour off his top end speed there, but a lot of clutch dust off the start line there.
Yeah.
But the car running dead straight, leaving the start line. I think that would have been an unreal race if Brendan had been able to pair beside him. But I'm sure we'll see that car back for the third round, Rusty.
It's not often you see any of the Aeroflow cars have that kind of an issue where I don't know whether it actually lifted the blower or if it just tossed the belt off it. I'm trying to have a look from up here, but they're pushing it straight back through the tower, I think. So, yeah, disappointing for Brandon and the team, but I'm sure they'll be back. And hopefully we get a paired pass for the last round a little bit later on this afternoon. So 617, 167 miles per hour. It's not what it ran earlier in the day, but considering how early you shut it off, had the shoots out just after 1,000 foot, you would think that there's plenty left.
Yeah. Yep.
Plenty left in it. So we got cars rolling around for the second round of the Chicago Shootout this afternoon. Shouldn't be too long and we'll be able to jump straight back into it. We might just say thank you to a couple of our sponsors. Pay a few bills here at Sydney Dragway, and for our overseas viewers watching on YouTube, we might even try and find some kangaroos for you as well.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's.
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Located in Penrith, Timic Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timic can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timic also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
From skiing to ocean racing, we run for over an hour at full noise. Quality and reliability is everything.
Doesn't matter what you drive, rotor, import, street, race.
These aren't your standard performance parts. Designed here in Australia, we've been involved in testing since the beginning.
The range started with a few hundred parts and has progressed to well over 10,000.
We need something that'll perform and outlast the competition.
That's why I use the best performance parts on the market.
That's why I use Aeroflow.
That's why we use Aeroflow.
Aeroflow's got something new.
All right, back with the next round of racing for Middle Eliminator. We have Debbie Robb in that Ford XB Coupe dialed in with a 918, taking on Jim Raptis from Oatlands in the Holden Tirana. Raptors dialed in with a 1073. He will lead first by over a second and a half. Let's see if he can cut another one of those really good lights. Tree counts down and leaves with an 0.23 reaction time to an 0.33 there for Rob. So only 10,000ths in the start line advantage going to the yellow Tirana. Will he be able to hold that across the finish line? He gets there first, but goes too quick. 10.62 on a with a 6 on a 10.73 is too fast. Debbie Robb goes a 9.18 with a 1. I think that's the second time that she's done that today. That car is on a string today. So she's gone 1,000th of a second over her dial-in to take the win. Next pairing up, we've got Jack Moreau in the territory of bricklaying Ford Capri, dialed in with a 912. He's taking on Luke Tex Griffiths, running for Texas Automotive in the Plymouth Satellite. The Plymouth dialed in with a 1044, so he will leave first by around about 1.3 seconds. The Capri will have to chase down. Griffiths, a very experienced racer in this car. As I said, dialed in with a 1044, he will leave first. 0.16 on the tree to an 0.88. The Capri chasing a little bit of puffs of fuel smoke at around about half track. I'm not sure if he's going to get around the... no, he doesn't. Griffiths takes a win, 10.48 with a 7 on a 10.44. And Jack Moreau there, a 9.15 on a 9.12. So neither racer doing nothing wrong there, but Griffiths just with a better package. He's going to take the round points. Next up, we have Sam Danaskis in the Ford Capri. He's dialed in with a 991. Taking on Craig Warren in the Holden Tirana. Warren dialed in with a 10.13. So only 0.2 of a second between these two races. The Tirana to lead first. Danaskis to chase him down. Oh, 0.38 on the tree for Craig Warren. Much better on the reaction times. Danaskis with a little bit of work to do as they near the finish line. Danaskis gets there first. No, he doesn't. He broke out as well, trying to get in front. And Craig Warren will take the win with a 10.17, 129 miles an hour. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Maurice McMillan in the Psycho. Just waiting on Caleb Thomas to back after that big burnout in the 1 tonne. I dialed in with a 912. He's taking on John Polito in the HQ Monaro. The Monaro dialed in with a 980. Wheels up launched there for the Monaro, but unfortunately left the red light on the tree. Handing the win to Caleb Thomas in the 1 tonner. Let's see what he can do at the bottom end. It goes at 912 with a 1 on a 912. He would have been tough to beat anyway. John Polito there, a 982 with a 6 at 135. Next up, we'll have Sean Marr taking on Gary Dorrington. Marr in the HB Tirana. Dialed in with a 921. Taking on Gary Dorrington from Richmond. Dialed in with a 989. The little dragster will leave first and be chased by the Holden Tirana. .040 the reaction time for Durrington, 051 there for Marr, so only 10,000ths of a second in it. Who will it be at the bottom end of the racetrack? Sean Marr will take the win, 9.23 with an 8 on a 9.21 at 142 mile an hour, and a 10.04 with a 7 for Gary Durrington there on, I think, a 9.89 it was. Next pairing up, we've got Brett McNiff in the VG Valiant. Dialed him with a 9.03. He's taking on Peter Volaris. Volaris from Oatlands in the XT Falcon. Dialed him with a 10.30. So around 1.3 seconds head start going to the Falcon in the rocket lane. Keep your eyes on that Falcon. Manually shifted, carries the wheels nicely. Both cars, big wheel stands, moving around a little bit when they come back to earth, but looks like Brett McNiff has left the red light glowing on his side of the Christmas tree. Peter Violaris is going to take the win with a 10.69 on his 10.30, and 107 mile an hour was the charge. So it looks like he's dropped a little bit of speed at the bottom end of the racetrack. Next up, Sam Kaska doing some testing here in Top Eliminator. For those of you who are joining us on the live stream, apparently we're just having a few minor technical issues with the actual picture. I believe you can still hear us. We'll be back very shortly with those pictures as soon as we get everything up and running. That was Sam Kaska there, ran through with a 865 at 153 miles an hour in the red altered. Looking forward to the third and final pass of those Nitro hot rods out of the Rocket Industries stable. And can't wait to see what the team can produce out of those two cars. We get another really good side-by-side low 6-second pass out of those two cars. Would be an absolutely awesome way to finish off this afternoon. Of course, we still have a whole heap of racing here at Sydney Dragway this afternoon at Day of the Drags 2022. As Rusty has said, we've got a number of events coming up here at Sydney Dragway. Round number 2 of the Sydney Dragway Track Championship Series is here at Sydney Dragway next Saturday. Between now and then, we will also have the Race for Real Wednesday night, which we have every Wednesday night. Wednesday week, however, we're having the Hot Rod theme night here at Sydney Dragway for the Race for Real Wednesday night, where if you have a pre-48 modelled car, you can come along and race that car for a reduced entry fee. Get online, check out all the bits and pieces that you need to do. The safety requirements and whatnot, pretty straightforward. A fairly standard issue, just need covered shoes, long trousers, and a long sleeve top. Of course, you need a helmet though. That's probably the most tricky bit of the safety equipment, but even that's pretty standard. And if you've got a pre-48 hot rod, you've always wondered how well it runs, come out here Wednesday week for the Hot Rod themed night at Sydney Dragway. Test it out. If you don't want to race your car, we will be having an impromptu show and shine down in the pits. Enjoy the atmosphere of the evening. I believe some extra food trucks are being organised for the event, and it should be a cracker. I think it's the first hot rod themed night we've had here at Sydney Dragway. Other themed nights have proved very popular. over the course of the time. So, as I say, just keep your eyes on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au, for all upcoming events, entry details, posts from Rusty Gregory. You can see pretty much daily on Facebook. If you want to follow us on Facebook, check us out. Throw us a like. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. If you're watching us on live stream, or even if you're sitting up on the hill, want to jump on the live stream on your phone, we are the official Sydney Dragway site on YouTube. Don't click on any links that look suspicious or attempt to drag you away from that live stream, because you're not going to get what you want. So use the official Sydney Dragway YouTube page, and hopefully you'll get to see live all of the action that will happen here this afternoon. And I believe there is a link on the track's Facebook page to that live stream that we're sending across the world at the moment. So while we're waiting for some more cars to come back around, ladies and gentlemen, I might just throw to the big screen. We'll play a couple of ads and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Introducing the brand new Aeroflow featuring a new powerful search function to provide more relevant and accurate results. The new and improved menu increases speed and ease of navigation. Once you've found the right products, you will also find important information and specifications for your selection. Then, simply add to cart and proceed to checkout. Your Aeroflow performance products are only a few secure clicks away. Try the new aeroflowperformance.com today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back with the next race of Top Eliminator. We have Salsa Bardo in the Holden Tirana. Burning out in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 818. This very, very nicely presented red Holden Tirana, taking on Scorcher George in the front engine dragster. Running for Race Max Direct, APD Carbs, and Brian Tui Racing. He was our #1 qualifier in the field with a 793. And that's what George has picked for his dial-in here in this particular race. The races are free to change it throughout the course of racing. Of course, the dial-in is a self-nominated handicap. In theory, if both races run exactly the same dial-in and run exactly the same as their dial-in, the cars will be even across the finish line. The car of Sabado's very violently jumps up off the start line. The car's locked together, and your winner will be Sal Sabato in the Holden Tirana. Ran 820 with a 2 on 818 dial-in, 165 mile an hour. And Scorcher George unfortunately left the red light on the start line, went 032 red. Did run through for a 794 with a 170 mile an hour and his 793. So it would have been a very good race if there hadn't been the red light left on the start line, but them's the racing. Big strong burnout there from Anthony Turklas in the LJ Tirana 540 cubes. Big burnout there from Jeff Alston too in the Chevy Camaro, 632 cubes on board for him. I think the big block in the Tirana. I hear sounds like a turbocharger through the track mics, but 8-0 the dial in there for Anthony in the Tirana. And Alston dialed in with an 8-2-0. So not too much in this one between the two cars. Only 0.2 of a second difference in the dial-ins. The Tirana not lined up straight. He's looking probably to the left of the Aeroflow scoreboard. .029 on the tree there for Jeff Alston. I think he's going to take this one if he doesn't break out. 8.39 with a 0 on an 8.20. At a massive advantage off the start line. 160 mile an hour through the finish line. An 8.15 with a 9 for the Tirana in the Aeroflow lane. But unfortunately, a 0.8 second reaction time is not going to see the win light appear in his lane. Next up, Stephanie Heisman's in middle Illuminator. She's taking on a solo pass here, running for Cool Shirt Systems, Canoblis Auto 1 of orange, Great Western Auto Wreckers. Heisman's dialed in with an 8 flat. 509 cubes of big block Chev on board in this car. The car pretty new to the Heisman racing outfit. .37 on the tree for Stephanie. Nice reaction time. Straight down the center of the Aeroflow lane here. And nice clean pass. Goes 8.09 with a 5 on an 8.00 dial in. Nice pass. At 165 miles per hour there. Next up, we've got Brian McGinn from Cambridge Park in the HB Tirana, 350 Chev on board, dialed in with 11.86. He's taking on Vince Maluso. Maluso from Mount Annan in New South Wales. In the Holden Kingswood, love this sleeper car. Actually, they're both very much sleepers. You wouldn't expect them to run as quick as they do. 11.86 the dial in for the red Holden Tirana. 11.37 the dial in for the Kingswood. Unfortunately, the Kingswood's broken something. And he's done the right thing, pulled over to the edge of the racetrack. And McGinn, he takes the win with a 12.003. And Maluso just stopping past the 330 foot mark. We'll make sure that there's nothing leaking from that car, and if he's able to, we'll get him to drive on down, or we'll arrange a method to tow him off the racing surface. The car's been doing some pretty killer burnouts all day. Damien McGinn and Stuart Howell about to do battle now. McGinn in the white HG, dialed in with a 1050. Taking on Stuart Howell in the yellow HQ Ute. 350 Chev on board for him. 027 on the tree for McGinn. Big advantage off the start line going to the white HG. He's in front at 1,000. And he'll take the win. Got there first by 100th of a second. 10.59 with a 9 on a 10.50. Stuart Howell, he broke out trying to stay in front. Went 11.47 with an 8 on an 11.60. Next up we have Richard Matasevic in the yellow utility. Dialed in with a 10.50. He's taking on David Matasevic, dialed in with a 1086. Matasevic in the Cortina, 347 cubes of Windsor on board this car. Both away cleanly, 008 on the tree for the yellow ute. 046 for the black Cortina. Side-by-side race all the way down, 1089 with a 5. 123 mile an hour for Matasevic in the black Cortina to take the win. And Richard there in the ute, a 1060 with a 5. Not able to get those win lights flashing in his lane. Next up we have Andrew McClelland, I beg your pardon. Dialed in with a 1190, sorry, in the 34 Ford Coupe. Lenny Hoskins in the LC Tirana, dialed in with 1130. A 308 powered Holden Tirana. Big red light there for Andrew McClellan. He's not going to get any times recorded on his run, unfortunately. Hoskins will take the win with an 1177 on his 1130 dial-in. Next up we'll have Adam Bowers in the High Performance World HQ. Bowers are dialed in with a 1050 on the solo run here this afternoon. Running straight down the center of the Aeroflow lane. Let's see what he can do at the bottom end. A 1053 with a 4 on a 1050 dial in. And a 101 reaction time. Sounded like there's a lot of slip going on in that converter there. was unfortunately that altered, not hooking up quite as well as I think the driver would have wanted it to. Next up we've got Josh Boscovich. Big strong burnout there from the XA Coupe. Nice strong burnout. Pulling up at around the 330 foot mark. Boskovich's Falcon, nitrous fed, manually shifted car. Very aggressive off the start line. You see it lift the front left and then move around a little bit, but on the straight and narrow from about half track onwards, and runs on through for an 8.28 with an 8, 8.28 with an 8, 160 mile an hour. The crew pretty pumped about that, I dare say, PB. And a nice pass there for the Boscovich team. Looks like we're going to move into the next round of Supercharged Outlaws here at Sydney Dragway as part of Day of the Drags 2022. Charlie Ladani in the VZ utility is taking on Tim Gruber in the Ford Cortina. The Cortina supported by Queanbeyan Engine Services. Dialed in with a 765. Charlie Ladani dialed in with a 665. Strong burnout there from the Ford Cortina. Plenty of RPM on board there. A little bit of opposite lock at the end. Just waiting on Charlie to move up to the staging beams. Gruber waiting patiently. He's into pre-stage already. All right, both races into pre-stage. No messing about. Straight into full stage for both. Ladani sitting on the limiter for a long time. Gruber out in front at the moment, but here comes that Holden Ute. And the Ute didn't get there. Tim Gruber, he takes the win, 769 with a 6, 181 mile an hour. Got there first by around about 1/10 of a second, and it looks like Ladani's into the sand. Only just, we can just see the bottom of the, there we go, on the big screen, in by about 2 car lengths. 2.5, maybe 3. We should get him out fairly easily. I think, did the chutes come out, Ben? Was just that they were just a bit late. Yeah. We can see the parachute behind the car there. They just came out a little bit later than what Charlie would have liked. And yeah, thankfully the sand trap doing its job to arrest the speed of the car at the bottom end of the racetrack. And we can see Charlie getting out of the car now. He'd be fine. I'd suggest just a little bit of cleaning up to do in between rounds for the team. There'll be gravel and sand and all sorts of stuff all caught up where in places you wouldn't imagine in that car. But glad to see the sand trap has done its job. Alrighty. Supercharged. Methanol burning. Hemi in an altered. Doing a burnout. That's what we just heard. That's Peter Byrne. He's going to be taking on Bruno Matajasevic. Also with the TFX power plant on board. Ooh, not much of a burnout there from Bruno. The car getting crossed up as soon as it stood up on the tyres, out of the water. Wonder if that's going to hurt him. This car ran, I think, 6:39 in the last run that he did. Good strong pass out of the HG. But just wondering if that small burnout is going to hurt him. Peter Byrne in the also dialed in with a 670. Matajasevic dialed in with a 630. All right, the crew just guiding Bruno up to the start line. Get underway with this race. Both races into full stage. The altered leads first. The HG off in hot pursuit, moving around a little bit at half track, bit of a shimmy, as Rusty would say. The chute's out way early for Matajasevic. He's going to take the win. 6:58 with a 3, 180 mile an hour. Good timing, Rusty Gregory.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we, kids? Yeah, that was a pretty sensational pass there. It definitely drove it a long way to the finish line. But yeah, good run. Now, got some good news, bad news.
Yeah.
Good news. Sun's out. That's not any real surprise to anybody.
No.
The bad news, unfortunately, both of the Aeroflow Nitro hot rods are done for the day.
What did you do, Rusty?
I didn't do anything. So, a little bit of background on it. As Brandon was doing the burnout in aggro,
yep.
The throttle stop actually came out. So he said he could actually see the throttle stop was in there. He was on the stop, and then partway through the burnout, it just fell out and boom, over-rev happened, and that was why the belt came off. But it's actually done a little bit of damage inside the engine as well.
Okay.
Stretched a couple of exhaust valves. So unfortunately, that means that car is done. And for Psycho, unfortunately, it's burned up another rack of pistons. So not like those guys at all, but unfortunately, look, it is what it is. We've still got
Nitro racing, isn't it?
We've still got more racing to go here this afternoon. We've got, I don't even know what round we're up to. Is it round 2 or round 3? What? Could be either or. Who knows? Who knows? But we've got plenty more going on, that's for sure. So, yeah, how's that for being a reporter on the ground?
Oh, that doesn't sound too good for Lincoln Churchill.
Certainly did.
To do the burnout with no drive. Quite sure what the crew's going to do here. I don't know. He still has a forward drive, but doesn't seem to want to get real. Oh no, he's got reverse now. As Anthony Bull does a strong burnout, as he normally does in the VA Falcon. Running for Shire Automotive and High Tech Oils. Shire Performance Engines and Machining. And sounds like Churchill has shut that car down.
That's unfortunate. Especially after Lindsay's awesome run that he had earlier on in the day. When he went 726, 180 miles an hour. So that's a shame. But Anthony Bull, I'm sure, will be happy to take the solo pass and potentially take the W. He will take the W. As soon as he stages, he'll take the W.
Yes.
I just didn't want to jinx it because I've jinxed quite a few things today.
Yeah.
And I'm just...
So what you're saying is like it'll get to here and just have to shut off for some reason.
Well, yeah, or it'll just, you know, die on its own accord, or, you know, a meteor will come out of the sky and lodge itself in the injector or something. I don't know. It could be anything at the moment. It's just, it's been one of those days.
It has to say Anthony didn't even have to do that, but just testing the launch went 110 to the 60 foot.
It's not a bad launch, actually.
No, it's pretty good.
110 to the 60. Small cube Cleveland, only 412 cubes, along with the supercharger on top. Makes plenty of horsepower. Does what it needs to do.
I think that concludes this round of Supercharged Outlaws, Rusty.
I think you might be right. I think we've got, what do we got rolling through the tunnel now? Is it vintage gas? Could be vintage gas. It might be vintage gas. News just in. It may be vintage gas.
It is vintage gas.
More news at 11.
In a minute's time.
Oh, confirmation just in. It is vintage gas. Simon Moyer in the 39 Willies taking on Andrew Barbara in the FE sedan.
Ooh, big strong burnout there from the Willies.
Love the vintage gas, guys. Straight axles, wheel stands, lots of tyre smoke. There's usually a few blowers thrown in there, but I don't think there's too many today.
No. Do you know who's missing? Is our friends from...
Our Victorian friends.
Our Victorian friends, yes. I was going to say Queensland. I knew they weren't from New South Wales.
No, the Mexicans.
All right, a 2.80 reaction time for the Willies. Coupe chasing Anthony Barbera. And the Willies takes it. Rusty 10.67 with a 6. 125 mile an hour. Takes the win points. Ooh, the Toyota Crown not sounding overly happy at the end of the burnout there. Spinning the wheels pretty good, and then all of a sudden it's like he went to shift gear and it.
Then it wasn't.
Said, no, I'm not doing that.
It was doing a good burnout until it wasn't. Anyway, John Kerr in the Mercury Caliente. It's fun to say that.
Yeah,
I always thought I thought it was a Mercury Comet, but it's apparently a Caliente. So there you go. I've learned something today. And John Kerr, 188 on the tree. He's usually a bit sharper than that, but he's already a fair bit sharper than the guy in the other lane. Wayne Shembury shuts it off early for 11.26. 114 miles per hour.
Slow burnout there for Matt Moore from Bathurst in the Chevy Bel Air. 55 Chevy Gasser. Dialed in with a 14.38. It's a very specific dial-in time.
It's an extremely specific dial-in, especially when it's a 10th and a half quicker than what he's done previously, or according to our timing system here. Whether or not that's accurate, I take no responsibility. Gets off the line with a 5.58 reaction time. Not going to help you too much in terms of winning races, but maybe he's concentrating on the dial-in this time around.
Do they have to be manually shifted? Because they all seem to have manual.
No, I think that's just a byproduct of the type of racer that you've got in the class.
Yes, true. They want to be old school.
I think it's old school.
So
you're not driving if you don't have 3 pedals.
So what you're saying is you're probably not going to find any sequential gearboxes or anything like
that. No, I don't think you'll find any automatic shifts in this one.
Get out there. Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, no. To be honest, I don't even know what the adapter plate looks like to bolt up to the back of a Chrysler or a,
Well, there wouldn't be one for a start. We'd have to make it from scratch.
Exactly. Jared Nolan with the 6-cylinder Mustang now, the circuit track style car. Oh, blazes the tyre.
Yep, the tyre.
The tyre. I say one, like single spinner, off we go. And Jay Madej, 046 on the tree in the Flying 500, the Ford Fairlane down there, which was his late brother's car, I believe. So he rolls across the line for a 13.32 on a 13 flat dial-in.
Getting all crossed up in the Vauxhall is Jason Gorsey. Quite like this car, Rusty. I mean, I'm not going to rush out and buy one, but I think it's pretty cool with all the chrome and the two-tone paint.
You're not?
No. Just being brutally honest. But a very nice, nicely presented car. The black and the white roof looks quite sharp on the racetrack. All that chrome.
If you're watching online, we do apologise. We just had a little situation. We just need to reboot the control computer, and there you go. It's back. No, it's not back. It's almost back.
So Corsi's going to take it. Goes a 13.20 with a 310 mile an hour on a 13.0. Michael O'Brien a 13.185 at 109. But the Vauxhall got to the finish line first.
Poor old roof on that Tourer looks like it's copping a hammer in today, doesn't it?
There's one here in the burnout box.
Yes. I think there may be a fair bit of flex as this thing goes through the finish line at 100 plus miles an hour.
You'd probably fill up a fair bit with air, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I reckon so.
Just the securing bolts, pins, whatever's holding it in. All right, Peter Addard in the one-tonner. Doing better with the EH this time around. Addard, I don't think he's changed the dial-in. Went 1690 on his last run. Let's see what he's going to do here. He's taking the win with a 1697, 75 mile an hour. And a 1780 on a 1750 there for Mitchell Gregory. Not able to take the W this time around. I'll tell you what, quite like this, the vinyl roof and the teal on this Falcon.
It certainly suits it, doesn't it?
Looks good, doesn't it?
Certainly suits it.
I don't know if teal's the actual colour.
No, it's. I've had a long-standing argument about this colour.
Is it green or is it blue?
With a hot rodder who shall remain nameless, Corey Longfield.
Because his cars are similar.
Because his 33 that he's got is, oh sorry, Chantel's 33. It's because it's not his car. Is the same colour as this, and we've had a long-standing argument that this is. I say it's green. He says it's blue.
Yeah, I could go either way on that argument.
I've heard that about you. Tourer in stage
relation to the colour, you could say that it's either blue or green.
When you've been mates for nearly 30 years, Bushy, we can get away with saying that stuff to each other. 4.77 on the tree for Mark Marlin. Scott Davis, 1.73. Has got a big reaction time advantage. And he should take the win. Here he does, 13.95 on a 13.95.
Yeah, nice pass there for Scott Davies. He's lining himself up for yet another trophy. Two from two, I think he's going for.
It's not a bad ratio, is it?
That's pretty good.
Not a bad ratio at all.
He's 1 from 2 and he hasn't won it yet.
We are back online now with the camera on our YouTube official Facebook feed. So glad to confirm that. And
waiting for the tree to count down for Lenny Hoskins. Going to be eaten up by the HG. About half track, he's already in front.
I think there's a bit of womp going on at the big end. 10.58 on a 10.50 gets a win, only 114 miles per hour. There was definitely some womping at the finish line.
Which is Rusty's technical term for on and off the throttle.
On and off the throttle. Everyone loves a good womp.
More noticeable when you got a loud engine and romp.
Yeah, big open headers.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
But anyway, Adam Bowers now rolling up in the HQ Holden. Brendan McGinn, the HB Tirana, 350 Chev, under the bonnet.
You wouldn't pick it for having a 350 under the bonnet, would you?
I wouldn't think you'd fit a 350 under the bonnet.
Have angle grind.
Cut out the inner guards.
Have angle grind, it will fit.
Yep.
Looks like Adam Bowers is going to take the win there, 10.50 with a 6.121 mile an hour on his 10.50.
It's got one of those rubberized firewalls. you can make anything fit with one of them.
Flexi.
Yeah, Flex Seal. It's a magic thing. Nothing a little bit of Sikaflex can't fix.
Oh, man.
Paint over the top of it, no one even knows the difference. I'm not encouraging this. I'm just saying.
Your dad would kill you.
Oh, yeah, I know he would. I know he would. David Misesevic. Now the Ford Cortina goes across the line for a 10.88 on a 10.86. Solid pass there. Not a lot of comments coming through on the live stream anymore. Everyone must have gone to sleep. It probably would be midnight over in the US.
It's no excuse.
For our friend,
it's a Friday night.
For our friend, the Finnish Fireball, he's still watching.
Is he?
Loves blower cars. apparently. And he's happy that this is a good way to start off the day for him.
Excellent.
So there you go. And there's plenty of people commenting about how green the grass is as well. I did see some comments about that earlier on. And yes, the grass is very long. Yes, the grass is very green. We've had how many weeks of rain?
About 2 metres worth of, or more.
Yeah.
Worth of rain in, 3 weeks?
In 3 weeks, we've literally had, how many feet would that be?
It depends how many metres with. So.
We've had at least 1.5 meters of rain, and we're not exaggerating
We've had lots
when
of
we
rain.
say that.
Just check out New South Wales floods, and you'll see what we're talking about.
Yeah, jump on YouTube and just Google New South Wales floods 2022. You'll see how much rain we've had. Put it this way, we make the Gator Nationals look dry.
Yeah, yes. And for those of you that don't know what we're talking about, there was some footage over, where's that game?
Florida.
Florida.
Yep.
Yeah, they've had substantial rain as well.
Yes, so we feel ya.
If they raced boats, they would be much better off.
Steve Ryman now on the Kawasaki Z1, taking on Mark Akers on the GPZ. 1100 cc's to 900 cc's.
Akers away with a 104. Ryman at 121. Looks like Akers is out in front from here. And, he handed the win back to Ryman. Double breakout. Both races going quicker than their dial-ins, but Akers going under by more, 10:37 with a 6, breaking out, handing the win back to Ryman in the rocket lane. Next up, we've got Peter Nevis on the Kawasaki Z900 from Nowra Hill.
Up on the hill?
Up on the hill in Nowra.
He's not in Nowra, he's on Nowra Hill. Very important delineation.
You can see Peter's whole body language change as he grabs the shifter for the throttle for the change of gear. An 1185, 119.16 mile an hour. You get the W due to being on a solo pass. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, the next pair of middle eliminator. We'll see Sean Marr doing battle with Luke Tex Griffiths. These two race each other very regularly here at Sydney Dragway. And we've got Marr in the blue Tirana. He's dialed in with a 921. Tex Griffiths in the Plymouth, dialed in with a 1045. The big green car sitting in the rocket lane. He will leave first. Marr will chase him down. He's got 1.2 seconds to wait or thereabouts. Griffiths away with an 083. Marr with a 018. So Marr with the advantage. Griffiths moving towards the centre line. But looks like Sean Marr will take the win. Goes 9.25 with the 0 on a 9.21. Gets the W. Next up we'll see Debbie Robb from Tamworth in the XB Coupe, getting all crossed up in the burnout. She's taking on Peter Violaris. Violaris in the XT Falcon, Cleveland 363 cubes. On board for him, manually shifted. Watch it lift the wheels, watch it squirm in the gear changes. Dialed in with a 1025. He will be chased by the big Falcon in the Aeroflow lane, who's dialed in with a 918.
I hope this wakes up the judges for the wheel stand competition. Peter Violaris has got a habit of picking the front end up. Oh, no, that barely raised an eyebrow. 1-2-0 from Violaris.
Even I agree with that, but you know.
Yeah, kind of, it was just a jump to the right. Win goes to Debbie Robb, 918, 144 miles per hour.
I don't know if there's any more contenders left, mate.
I don't think there's a lot left, eh? Not at all. Middle eliminator now. Caleb Thomas taking on Craig Warren. 10-1-3 the dial in for Warren. 9-1-0 for Caleb Thomas.
We see that supercharger.
You can definitely hear it, can't you?
Romping away on idle there.
You can definitely hear it.
Craig Warren dialed in with a 10-1-3. Caleb Thomas in the utility, dialed in with a 9-1-0. Just waiting on the Warren car to move into full stage to bring that second white light on. He's in there now. Trial countdown for the Tirana first. He throws it away with a red light. Thomas leaves with a 0.95. He's going to check the dial in. Goes at 9.34 with a 4 and a 9.10. To take the W, it's going to move on to the next round. And just to rub salt into the wound there, Warren goes a little bit too fast with a 10.10 with an 8 on a 10.13. Stephanie Heisman's in that T-bucket altered. Dialed in with a 797. It's taking on Sal Sabato in the Holden Tirana, who's dialed in with an 820. Sabato with the 615 cubed big block Chev in the Tirana. 509 on board in the T-bucket. Very similar. Not too much of a difference in the dial-ins between these two cars. Just waiting on the lights to count down now. Sabato away with a 077. Heisman's with a 220. Not sure if he's going to hang on to that lead. Sabato with the shootout early. He goes 832 with a 136 mile an hour, and he's 820. He's going to take the W, and an 804 with a 2.
All comes down to reaction time, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Whole shot win there for Sal Sabato.
Yep, there was a big reaction time advantage going to that Tirana in that run. Next up, we've got Jeff Alston.
Big Chevy Camaro, split bumper model. Like this thing. Good looking car. Only comes out a handful of times a year as well. It's not something you see all that often.
No, it's good. But, you know, comes out, targets a few events, has a bit of fun. That's what it's all about.
That's exactly what it's about. It's about having a bit of fun.
Dialed in with an 820 here is that Chevy Camaro. The dial in, not that important being on a solo pass. But looks like he's running around that 820 mark all day today. O51 on the tree.
Doesn't really slam it too hard in the revs, does it? This thing, it just kind of goes on down there. 895, 152 miles per hour. Another solo pass coming up next, and I think that is young Joshua Boskovic. I say young, tongue firmly planted in cheek.
Well, he wouldn't be that much older than us.
He's somewhere around the same, but I know I don't feel young, so.
All right, Boskovic running for Bosco Autos. Howard's Cams. Diecast Mania. A little bit of nitrous on board. He's been running around the 820. He ran 828 with an 160 mile an hour earlier today. The crew are pretty excited about that ET as well, so should be see if he can run similar or better. Boskovic name has been around drag racing for quite some time. Third generation in junior dragster at the moment. Or getting crossed up off the start line. Dancing with the centre line at half track. Back in the middle of the lane at the other end of the racetrack. Runs through for an 831. 159 mile an hour charge there. The car jumping way out of... way across to the right-hand side there on the dump of the clutch. Next up, we've got Peter Attard and Joe Madej doing battle now. Attard in the utility, dialing with a 16.70 from St Clair. Leaves with a 2:36 reaction time. Madej in the Fairlane 500, running for one agency Madej property. He's left alone with a 0.38 reaction time. Has a big advantage, only 0.2 per second over Adard in the Ute. Let's see what he can do. And Madej will take the win. 13.16 on a 13.0 dial-in. Gets the W. Next up, we've got Michael O'Brien and Scott Davis. Davis in the hot rod is left with a 2.41 reaction time. 0.83 on the tree for Michael O'Brien. And O'Brien gets there first, but breaks out. Davis does as well, but breaks out by at least the Tourer is moving on to the next round. Next up, we've got Mark Marlin in the Ford Fairmont. 351 on board, dialing with a 13.10. Taking on Mitchell Gregory in the EH Holden. The Holden dialed in with a 17.70. Mitchell away with a 3.06 reaction time. A 2.52 there for Marlin in the Falcon, but Marlin spinning that left rear tyre on the head of the throttle. Not sure if he's going to be able to make it up. Had a small advantage on the start line, but looks like he's going to get it because Mitchell's gone too fast. Gone 17.68 on a 17.70 dial in. Next up, we got Jason Gorsey in the Vauxhall, taking on Gerard Nolan. Nolan in the Mustang, dialed in with a 16.50. And looks like Gorsey has left before the third amber. Handing the win to Nolan in the Mustang. He runs on through for a 17.28 at 75 mile an hour. Alrighty, Vintage Gas back on the start line again. We have Wayne Shembry and Simon Moore. Simon Moore dialed in with a 1040 in the Willys Coupe. 39 Willys Coupe from Albury. Fantastic to see Simon make the trip up to Sydney Dragway. 1040 the dial in, 1370 the dial in for Shembry in the Crown. The Crown away a little bit cleaner this time off the start line. But Moore with a definite reaction advantage, but I don't think he's going to catch Shembry. Shembry's broken out by a day and a half, goes 1305 on a 1370. Simon Moore an 1124 with a 7 on his 1040. So he's probably lucky there that Shembry went so much quicker than his dial in. Next pairing up, we've got Matt Moore and John Kerr. Kerr in the Mercury, dialed in an 1109, a 1420 for Matt Moore in the Bel Air. Not too much of an advantage going to John Kerr there. Will he be able to chase down the 55? It doesn't look like he's going to do it from here. He didn't get there, but it looks like Moore went too fast, handing the win back to John Kerr, who also broke out, but he broke out by least, so he's going to be handed the win. Andrew Barbara now doing the burnout in his FE Holden. 307 cubic inches on board. He's dialed in the 1390. Even running through that manual gearbox. See what he can do at the bottom end of the racetrack. And a 1406. 96 mile an hour out of the FE sedan. Steve Ryman on a solo on the Kawasaki Z1, runs through for 1073 with a 5 on a 1080 dial in. So he'll have the opportunity to maybe check that if he comes out again, as guys would have done. Probably 3 rounds of racing. I think they'd be on the Chicago shootout, and left with that 031 red light, but that shouldn't hurt him too much. But of course, the Chicago Shootout will run on a points or countback system. It's very tough, big block Chev powered Tirana of Anthony. Big, strong burnout. Lots of RPM for the Holden Tirana off the start line. Nice pass at the bottom end of the racetrack. Gets into the 7 at 97 with a 5. 797 with a 5, 173. Came up on the limiter a lot harder off the start line there on that pass. Safely round the bottom end.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Atlantic Performance Oils are an Australian owned and operated company specialising in the production of specialty and everyday lubricants for use in a wide variety of applications. Manufactured in our state-of-the-art facility at Ingleburn, we cater for everyday drivers in heavy transport, earth-moving and industrial applications including hydraulics and agriculture and mining. We also manufacture a wide range of grease, coolant and gear oils to suit your needs. So visit atlanticoil.com to find a distributor near you for Atlantic quality products.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird,
Oh, that's mine.
the Combi for when we want to get away, the XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's home and contents cover.
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be.
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
Located in Penrith, Timmick Hot Rod Supplies caters to all types of car enthusiasts. In their fully equipped workshop, Timmick can help you out whether you drive a race car, street machine or a drag car. Timmick also specialise in services such as MIG and TIG welding, custom exhaust fabrication, performance tuning, auto parts and even turnkey cars. Call Tim or Mick for a chat on 02 4732 5676 or visit their website hotrodsupplies.com.
We have these things pegged at 9,000 RPM for up to 50 laps, copping mud and debris.
As the crew chief, it's my job to make sure my wife Michelle has the safest and fastest car possible.
My customers want race car performance with show car looks.
Debbie Robb taking on Caleb Thomas. Right now, Rob in that green XB coupe. Dialed in with a 9.18. That car been running on rails all day long and around that 9.18 second run. I think she's done two 981s. In beside Caleb Thomas, dialed in with a 9.12. And Thomas has thrown it away with a 2000s red light. And let's see what Debbie Robb will do at the finish line. 9.17 with a 5. 144 mile an hour there. Robb's team ecstatic about that. I'd say she's going to be moving into the final against Sean Ma. Ma in the HB Tirana, also in middle eliminator. Maraway with an 0.27 reaction time. Started in 9.21. Let's see what he can do at the other end of the racetrack. Runs on through for a 9.21 with a 5. So 5 thousandths away from the dial-in with an 0.27 reaction time. A nice strong package there, as you would expect from Sean Ma. Next up, we've got David Matasevic and Adam Bowers to do battle. Matasevic in the Cortina, dialed in with a 1087. Bowers in the HQ, dialed in with a 1050. And looks like Matasevic's going to take it. Bowers has left the red light, 013 on the tree. The Cordy is going to take the win here. Lines on through for an 11.04 at 123. So Matasevic will be taking on Damian McGinn in the HG. McGinn away with a 6.52 reaction time. His dial in 10.50. Off the throttle early goes a 10.71.
Time for finals here at Day of the Drags 2020. What year is it? 2022. I nearly said 21. No, we don't want to go back to 2021. That was a horrible year. It was only slightly better than 2020. Let's be honest. So, 2022, Day of the Drags. I think Vintage Gas is going to be the first final out by all accounts, maybe? Definitely? Definitely maybe. It's a distinct possibility.
Well, I think John Kerr's already below us. And here comes the
Simon Moyer.
Simon Moyer.
So John Kerr's already out there. Simon Moyer is on his way out. So this will be the final. And what a final it's going to be. It's been a good race. Good race meeting today. I know it's a little bit slow in parts, but that's kind of what today's about. It's about just having an easy, cruisy day. It was unfortunate that the funny cars, that the Altards, I should say, the Nitro Hot Rods, couldn't make their way out for the third and final pass. But when you play with Nitro, sometimes you hurt stuff. And unfortunately...
More often than not, you hurt stuff.
Yeah.
Just depends on the severity.
Yeah. If you're not hurting stuff in Nitro, you're probably... Are you really playing with Nitro? Are you really playing with Nitro if you don't hurt things? Anyway, John Kerr, the Mercury Caliente. The 289 Windsor on board. Simon Moyer, the 39 Willys with the small block Ford power plant. So this is a good one for the Ford fans, even though it's a Willys. There is a Ford under the hood of each car, and that's a positive.
Very much so. Very much so. 10.90 the dial in for the Willys. 11.07 for John Kerr. Kerr with a big whole shot advantage, 0.98 to a 2.48 reaction time for the Willys. Who will it be? John Kerr is going to take the win. 11.12 with a 2, 117 mile an hour and an 11.07. And that Willys went a little bit too fast there, Rusty.
Too fast.
10.85 with a 3 on a 10.90.
Nothing like a fast Willys. Next up, we've got the classic bike final. Professionalism. Not everyone has it. We have got classic bike rolling up to the line now. I think it's Mark Akers. Mark Akers in the Aeroflow lane taking on Peter Nevins. You okay, Bushy?
I'm all good now.
Okay, you sure?
Just needed a little bit of time to ring.
So the dial-in for Mark Akers at 10.30. Peter Nevins dialing in with an 11.70. I'll just step in for Bushy. He's been doing the heavy lifting for me today. I'll save his bacon now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm good. I'm all good now.
You sure?
Yep.
Sure.
Yep.
So Mark Akers is going to be doing the chasing here. He's going to be patient on the start line. Nails the tree. The bike sort of moves around, jumps on him a little bit, but 0.34 on the tree. Across the finish line side by side. It's pretty tight down there, but the win goes to Peter Nevins. I didn't expect that. 11.85 and 11.70 and a 10.51 on a 10.30 for Mark Akers. We'll take the runner-up position today. Next up, it is the street class. And Scott Davis will take on Joe Madej.
Actually, I have a feeling that these were the same finalists from last year.
It's quite within the realms of possibility.
Well, I know Scott was. I'm pretty sure Joe was beside him. I'm happy to be corrected if that's the case, but I know, as I said, I know for sure Scott was the finalist in the class that he ran in at Day of the Drags last year, and I have a feeling that Joe was in the final as well. 13.92 the dial in for Scott Davies in the Tourer. He's away with a 1.16 reaction time. Joe Madej in the fair lane away with a 1.92.
Got a bit of work to do.
The Tourer's out in front. Is he going to be able to keep it? He does. Goes 13.95 with a 9 on a 13.92 dial in. Nice pass there for Scott Davis. And a 13.11 with a 0 on a 13.0 for Joe Madej. Runner-up here in
Damien McGinn now taking on David Matasevic. The HG Holden taking on the 75 Cortina. 347 Windsor for David Matasevic, dialing 1087. 031 nails the tree for the Cordy, the sporty Cordy. He's on it.
He is. There's not too much difference. Oh, one of those cars off the throttle. I think the Cortina went away at the bottom end of the racetrack. We could hear on the track mics there was only one car making noise, and McGinn went 1071 with a 1 to take top gas. And David Matasevic an 1128 with a 5 on a 1087. A little bit too far away from the dial in there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got middle eliminator coming up now.
No, middle eliminator I think is Debbie Robb and Sean Maher.
Okay, so it might be top eliminator. We'll have to see what comes through. Not too far away. Been a good day of racing. If you're still watching online, thank you for tuning in, guys. I haven't been paying attention to the comments just because my phone went flat. So that's a valid reason, I think.
I'll pay that.
I hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching from. As we said, it's a bit of a laid-back day today. It's not too much pressure. It's not go, 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 but still plenty of good racing happening, that is for sure. Just waiting on the cars to roll on through the tunnel. Shouldn't be too long. Top eliminator now, rolling up to the line for their final round. Sal Sabato in the Tirana down there, taking on Jeff Alston.
Strong burnouts from both competitors. Only a 10th in this one between the two cars in the dial-ins, Rusty, so they should be side by side all the way down the racetrack. 820 the dial-in for Sal Sabato in the Tirana. And an 830 there for Jeff Alston.
Who's your money on?
I'm going to go the Camaro.
I'm leaning towards the Camaro as well. Just because he's been running super consistent all day. Not that Sabato hasn't, but the car just seems to have just a little bit more unpredictability in it. It just, every now and then, you know, maybe it's one run out of 10, it does something a little bit strange. Just goes left or right. And when that sort of thing happens, it does tend to put that little bit of doubt in your mind. Tree comes down, and it is advantage to Alston, who gets very close to the wall. Did he get it?
I don't think so,
It was
but
close.
he was damn close to it.
It was very, very close. He was flirting with the wall down there. Now, the sign's okay. That's the important part. I can see our track walker having a good look.
I don't think there's any signage down there,
say
mate.
jokingly, but
there was something on the under the tyre on the start line. See the
there's a little puddle or something, was there?
Fuel or what?
Okay, so 12.98 plus a change of undies for Jeff Alston.
Yep.
And Sal Sabato 8.400 on the 820 gets the win. And that's unfortunate because that car is. We kind of put the commentator's curse on him there because we were talking about how
we both said the same thing, and we were both thinking to go with the Camaro for that reason. And unfortunately, that's what's brought him undone, Rusty.
And nothing like the commentator's curse. Again, my name is Matt Kavanagh.
His number is 04.
Yeah, I'm available for weddings and parties.
And drag racing events.
And drag racing events. So just doing a quick walk of the track to make sure there isn't anything of the slippery nature on the racing surface. And we should be able to jump back into the racing hopefully pretty quickly. I hear blowers. Or a blower. Not a leaf blower either. Just quietly. Tim Gruber, 760 the dial-in.
If only your leaf blower sounded like that.
Blow your leaves to the other side of other side of the town. 760 the dial-in. This car sounds weird when it gets up, like when it first fires up. It sounds strange in the idle, but then it comes good. When it puts it in gear and
Big, strong burnout. But squirrely at the end there, though. I'm wondering if it's just the top of header that he runs.
the headers are actually square on this car, believe it or not. They come out, they still come out the side, but they're kind of staggered square. It's very unusual sort of setup, to be honest. He's from Queanbeyan Engine Services. You reckon any relation to Dave Gruber?
Dave's from down that way, so...
Yeah. Good chance of it?
I would say maybe, possibly.
Definitely maybe. It's a confirmed possibility.
Yeah. See what he can do. He's looking for a 760. I want to see him hit those wheelie bars, Rusty.
If he hits those wheelie bars, there's a lot going to be happening. Gets off the line a lot nicer than he has earlier in the day. That's on a pretty good pass. Looks like it's lifted the blower over the finish line though. 764, 176 miles per hour. Was definitely hosing fuel up over the top of the car as it went through the finish line. I don't know if it lifted the blower, but there was a little pop.
There was a little pop, and I did notice the fume that you talked about, and the safety ute just going to investigate there.
When it does blow a fuel line off like that, it does have a tendency to lift the supercharger because it leans out the engine and does a whole lot of nasty stuff inside.
Well, when you think about it, it's got 1/8 less fuel if there's one injector per port.
Exactly. Less fuel, too much air, too much manifold pressure, not so much bang.
More heat, more bang.
More bang.
Yep.
Not
good bang.
Not good bang.
No.
Bad bang. Bruno Maddage and Sevic and Lindsay Churchill will be up next. We just got the fire crew rolling down there at the deep end to make sure that everything is A-OK with Tim Gruber. So we got Lindsay Churchill and Bruno Matajasevic.
All right, Bruno's has completed his burnout, Rusty, just waiting on him to back.
Just waiting on Lindsay Churchill to fire the car up, and it sounds like he might be pushing away by the sound of it. Yep, single pass now. So Bruno Matajasevic will take the win here.
See how close he can run to that 630 dial-in that he had nominated. Doesn't matter, he's going to get the win points. Wow.
7:04.199, so a lot left in that.
Seemed like it looked a lot faster than that to me, but okay.
Yeah, that was a strange one, that one. And unfortunately for Lindsay Churchill being towed away off the start line. So I think we've actually got one pass left, and it is Debbie Robb and Sean Maher.
It's the middle eliminator final. Debbie Robb in the Ford XB Coupe. Sean Maher in the HP Tirana. The Tirana dialed in with a 921 dial-in. Rob in the XB Coupe dialed in with a 917. I think Rob's planning to run the car out the back door here, Rusty.
I think so.
Stuck with a 918 all day, and then
May as well take the stripe.
Yep.
Drop it by a 100th and just send it.
Send it.
Lick the stamp and send it.
Yep.
It's the way it works. 919, 919, 938. Those were the runs in qualifying. As you said, she's been running pretty much bang on the 918, 919 mark all day long. So stage it shallow, send it hard.
All right, both races into pre-stage. You won't see the difference in the lights as they count down. And a 134 to an 037 for Sean Maher. He's got a 10th up his sleeve.
I think he's going to take it.
I think you'd be correct.
Sean Maher doesn't usually give these ones away. 924 on a 921 takes it. 919 on a 917 should have kept it where it was. Kept the dial in where it was. But either way, you never know. You never know with these things. Debbie Robb takes the runner up there. Sean Maher, 921, takes the win. And I think we've got one car left to come through the tunnel, and then we will be just about done for the day. I think this is just a grudgy. So Anthony Turkoulis in the LJ Tirana.
We saw Anthony on his last pass, Rusty, into the 7-second zone. 797 with a 5. 173. Big block Chevy on board for the LJ Tirana. Car moving around a little bit on its way down the racetrack, but that's what you'd expect with a big block in front of an LJ.
Being a little bit loose. Single turbo on this car as well. Mounted smack bang in the centre of the grill. It's actually a really neat job that they've done building this car.
1, 2, 3 to the 60 foot. Again, close to that centre line, but a 771 with a 175 there.
Nice work. Nice work. So that does wrap things up this afternoon, guys, for Day of the Drags 2022. Thank you for coming out. We hope you had a good time. We certainly had a good time, and we will be doing presentations probably in around about 10 minutes' time down at the scrutineering shed, guys. So for all our winners and runners-up, please make sure you do head over to the scrutineering shed as soon as possible, and we will sort you out as soon as we can, guys. So presentation, scrutineering shed. Hope you have a great day. To everybody watching online, thank you very much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed it, and we will see you next time here, Sydney Dragway with Day of the Drags.